This is a brand new world. I've literally just loaded it and I've managed to spawn in right next to a village, which is really handy. Is that a boat on land? Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? A dry dock. Oh, that's looking cute. A nice little hut to get started with. We need the dispenser to go into this hole. Like so. Okay. That means that we need a hopper to go here. And like that. Into a chest right here. So let's get the hopper going into there. Which means we want our chest to go so, which means we'll have that there and that there. Okay, let's put a ladder there and then that there. So we've got a way in and out to get to that. We'll rough up this floor, make it look a little bit more barny, maybe put some wood planks down and things like that, so it won't be so green. Okay, then in here we need to get our animals, but we also need to get are those ready? We also need to put that in there. Actually, let's move this there, that's temporary. We can also put a button there to test. Excellent. Okay, so let's close that door. You are only one, so we need another sheep. And push you into the hole right there, please. Thank you. Is that? That is sheep number 1. We need sheep number 2. Right, so I'm gonna get on with that quickly. These 3 are, well, the other 2 are going to look exactly the same as this. And we're going to have pigs in this one and cows in this one. So I'll be right back once I've got that done. Alright guys, we're back. And we've got our little nano farms built. Really noisy now. So we've got our sheep. Like that, we're getting our wool, getting our mutton. Excellent. Got our pigs, which obviously giving us our pork chops. And then we got our cows, which are giving us the beef and the leather. Really simple farm to use if you've not seen one of these before. Hit the switch at the back, the water raises them to the top, and then you feed them all. But I've just done these ones, so let's go and do the pigs. I haven't done them yet. So hit the button, and there we go. Just spam Then with the carrots, and then the entity cramming deals with them, and then all the drops go into here. Just like that. Easy. So let's take our mutton. Let's take our pork chops. And let's take our beef. Go cook these up. Okay, so today's job, I don't know if I've said it already yet, can't remember, is we're going to make some farms for carrots, for potatoes, hopefully wheat as well. So this won't be our main source of farming, this is just going to be our little aesthetic area, so we can change up these wheats and stuff into other pretty things, like get some double tall flowers and stuff in here, make it like a little garden area. So this won't be our main farming, that is going to be underground. But our first job is we need to get ourselves some villagers. So what I'm going to do, so I'm going to get some boats. I'm thinking this is probably the easiest way, seeing as we're on an island around here. So what I'm going to do is pop over to the village, nab them in some boats, and then just roam around the coast. Okay guys, I'm back. I'm now in this village. Right, so let's select ourselves a good candidate that can get into the water easily. Are you going to stand still? No, because this is half blocks, and that's going to be... Yeah, go up there. Go up there. Or come this way. Come this way. Just that. No, okay. No. Come on, break. Break. Yep. Yes! Excellent. Don't mind me. Okay, let's row him around. We'll just run this corner. See, he's enjoying his little ride. Look, he's loving it. You know what the fish is. Oh, look, there's going to be a new home area around here. Yes, it is. Let's plonk you around here, and you should be fine from anything that tries to get you. Wait, let's go and get ourselves another 3. So we've got our 4 volunteers. They came willingly. So we need to find our location that we want to put this farm, and I want it to be underground. So really it can be underneath this area. So what I'm thinking was that we can use this tree and make a secret entrance to it, which I think would be quite cool. And at the same time, what we can do, so that we don't have to keep going downstairs to get the stuff, the carrots and the potatoes, is that we can have a couple of chests here with dispensers up into them, bringing the stuff up, so we don't have to go all the way down to get them, so they'll just be in here ready and waiting. So I think that might be a good idea. Of course, the only problem is that once this becomes full, the droppers could get blocked up. That's the only other problem. So this idea is on hold. We'll think about that one. But we'll definitely do a entrance of sorts in here. But we won't be able to do that today because I need sticky pistons and I haven't got any slime. That was a scary tone. I haven't got any slime, so I can't make sticky pistons at the moment to make a hidden door. So this is probably a next week's job. We'll go look for slime and we'll get that done. So let's dig out this. Okay guys, we're back. So I've got these guys down here ready. So let's just show you how deep we've gone. Not very, say just around here. And this is where our first farm is going to be. So the farm I'm going to be using is by a YouTuber called Logical Geek Boy. really good YouTuber, really good videos. The tutorial for this is awesome because it not just gives you the how to make it, it explains the mechanics of everything going on behind it and why those decisions were made for that farm. So it's a really good tutorial. So I'll have a link in the description to his channel and the video because it's worth checking out. So big props to him. Really good, really good. So that's what we're going to be using. And I think this calls for a time-lapse video of getting these in place. So sit back, enjoy it, and I'll catch up with you at the end of this little time-lapse. Let's get going. Welcome back. So disclaimer, it's a couple of days later and I finished the first layer and had a break, came back and I forgot to press record. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I forgot to press record. So I finished the other layers, but I don't have the footage for it. Sad face. But they're the same as this. So we got this layer and we've got this chappy here doing this carrots. Go on this side, I'll show you this in a sec. And we've got this chappy here, who is the man that the farmer throws the crops to. So like I said, Logical Geek Boy, who made a tutorial about this farm that I'm using, really good tutorial, explains why we need this and what the purpose of this bell is. I had to go and trade with a couple of villagers to get these bells, so I've got 4 of them, so I've got 4 layers. So we're going to have a look in that second. We've got ourselves 2 hopper minecarts that catch everything that this guy throws, and we just nudged it then, but I was about to say that he can't hit these because of this trapdoor, so maybe it's just slightly wider, so it's probably just getting bounced backwards and forwards between these 2, but it's not going to go much further than the bounding box of the trapdoor, which is good. So let's pop down here, and this is number 2. He's just around that corner there, and I've got a way down, so we need to work on making this look a little bit better, but at the moment we've got functionality. So we've got layer 2, layer 3, which is potato, and layer 4, which is potato. And they gather, bouncing off the walls, ping-ponging through, down here into our collection, which will turn into a better collection system at another point. Carrots and potatoes. Yes. Look what I found. Yes! Skelly spawner. So look at these, I haven't had a look at these yet. I did kill one guy. Let's have a look. Okay, yeah, alright. Got ourselves a record. Okay. Not the worst, but not the best. So let's grab this stuff quick. Get in. There, thank you. To be fair, I could just break them. We need the chests anyway. So, now that we've found that, I think it's pretty obvious what we're doing in this episode, right? I mean, yeah. Be rude not to, wouldn't it? Skeleton farm. XP, bones, arrows, bows. Oh, we're doing it. We're doing it. Okay. So, let me work out sizings and stuff like that, and we'll get this done. We'll get this knocked out. Okay, back with you in a minute. Hey guys, welcome back. So we've got this area carved out, ready for our mob farm. So we've got a simple water stream pushing them all to one side, and then we're going to have a stream going into that way to a little hole where they're going to go up, and they're going to come over and be dropped down to be one punched killed. So I've got a little room out here carved out, and this torch is going to be our AFK spot. So as you can see there, it's not active at the moment. So as soon as we come onto this block, lights up. So this is going to be our AFK spot right here. So the choice we've got to make is, do we want them to land next to us in some way where we can one punch kill them, or do we just want them to die from full damage? And I'm kind of leaning towards doing one punch kills, because once we're at a point where we can have a looting 3 sword, we can really start getting some good loot. So that's what I think I'm going to do. So I want them to land in this block here in some fashion. So we're going to be stood facing that way. That's going to be active, as you can see there. They're going to be landing in some sort of chamber right in front of us, and we can just go swipe, gone, swipe, gone. Awesome. Some hoppers underneath, catch all the stuff, chests, win. Win, win, win. We get those bones, means we can get that bone meal, bone blocks, arrows, bows. Yes, it's going to be good. XP as well, let's not forget that XP. So, my next job to work out is to get them to the spot, really. So, I need to jump down here into there and do a water elevator all the way up, and we want to drop them down to around here. So I'm going to make a little chamber and then work out how high I need to go from there, and that's where we're going to drop them from. So I will be back in a second once I've got that little system worked out. So see you in a second. Alright guys, I'm back. So not much changed in this bit. I've just covered up this wall, and I've got the water chute sorted, so it's going all the way up, over, and then down. And I got really carried away. But yeah, I've kind of made the killing chamber. Get a load of that. That is freaking cool. How cool is that? I had a lot of fun making that. Yeah, that's awesome. So they drop down past there, so you see them sometimes go past the nose, and they'll land in this little bit here. Also, what I've done, which is really cool, which I'll show you once we've got this spawn up and running completely with all our storage, is I've got a tripwire hook behind there, and every time my skeleton should go past, if I've done it right, these eyes will blink. So that's going to be really cool to see that. I'm really excited to see that. So yeah, this is what we've got up here so far. There's a bit of a cave up there, so I need to just pack out the stone a little bit just so we don't have this weird lighting effect going on. So that's one job to do, and the other job is just storage. So I'm just going to have some storage systems on the side. Should have, yeah, I've got plenty of space to do hoppers and chests in there. That's fine, because chest, hopper, easy. So what I'm thinking of doing is, once the mobs have been killed and I've got the stuff into the hopper, is I'm gonna take it around the back up again, and have a sort of a water stream, I'm guessing, going around above the chests. That's probably the best. I don't know if I need chests on this side. Probably just one wall of chests will probably be enough, like 2 for bones, and then 2 for arrows, and then what else do you get from them? Like their weapons and stuff, don't you? So maybe just 2 for overflow. So you need like 6 rows, like maybe 4 or 5 high kind of thing. Yeah, so maybe we'll just do it on one wall. And this isn't going to be my entrance and exit, but this is where my ladder is at the moment. So I'm going to do a nicer entrance this side leading up to the surface, where we can do an entrance up there. So I'm going to leave you again for a second. I'm going to work out this storage system. It's just going to be an item sorter jobby at the top. I can show you that once I've made a couple. And this is just going to be a dispenser system into water, taking it back up, and then a water system taking it around. So that's what I'm going to do with that. So I will see you in 1 second. Alright guys, I'm back. So I've got my chests on this right hand wall that we were talking about. And I just wanted to show you the system that we'd be using to sort them. No, I wasn't going to make that. Come on. Let's put a couple there. There we go. So the first hopper what you want to do is put a comparator down, and then some redstone like that, coming down 1, and then in this little hole you want to do a repeater facing that way, and then off of that block you want a redstone torch. Okay. Yeah, make sure I've done that right. Okay, and then I think it's this hopper. No, next one. This hopper. You want 4 filler blocks. I'm using cobblestone because cobblestone is not going to be running through this system. If cobblestone comes through the system, then something completely wrong. So you do 4 filler blocks. Then I've just got some bones, and then whatever the item is that you want sorted. So in this case, we're using bone. And then we're going to have 2 lots, so we're going to do it again. So I'm just going to quickly do it with you. Some redstone torches there. Copy that one over like so. And there we go. And then in this hopper, 4 filler blocks, and then the item you want sorted. And then that is that system done. So when this gets to, I believe, around 41 or 42, it will then start letting items of this through. That's how this does. So it locks this hopper, so it's not going anywhere. And then once this hits its value, that makes the signal greater to reach all the way around to turn off this. Where's my pickaxe gone? Break. Turns off this torch, so it unlocks a hopper and then lets the item through. Really, really simple system. Works every time. So I'm just going to do this here for these 2, and I'm not going to bother these ones because they're just overflow. So if it's not bones, if it's not arrows, then it's just going to get put in here, and then we can sift through it and see if we want to keep it or not. So it's going to be like bows. Maybe we'll be lucky and get some skeleton heads. I don't know if that actually works on this thing. Don't quote me on that one. But any other random armor and stuff like that. So that's going to be a good one to keep. So I'm just going to do this here, and then fill in this little wall bit, and that should be ready to go. We can give this a crack and see how we do. So give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. Alright guys, I'm back. So we've got our chests in, we've got the sorting system in, we've got our overflow in. Do like a little water stream thing up there, so that will go eventually. I haven't done any of the decorating stuff, so I might do that next time. But right now, I just want to test this out and see if this works. That's what I want to do right now. So let's let's get these torches off, and let's keep our wits about us so we don't have any friends come joining us. Start breaking off these walkways. Make sure we don't fall down in. Nothing at the moment. Oh, you know, I was talking about cobblestone ended up in the system. Well, that cobblestone's ended up in the system. Yeah. Alright, we'll drag all that out in a second. Get that one. Let's break off a couple of these. Get that, and there they go. Whoop. Nothing. Oh, it's too eager. Oh, they flash. I saw the lights flash. Or the eyes, I should say. Oh, look at that. One hit kills. Done. So the reason we've got these is we don't need to go looking for Endermen to get Ender Pearls, because there's clerics that will sell us Ender Pearls. So that makes it really easy and really quick to get into the end. Not end to, well, the end, yes, but get into the stronghold. So finding the stronghold is what we want to do. So we want to use these to trade with a cleric. And the problem is that there isn't a church over in the village. So I had to pop into, oh, it's nighttime. I've popped into the nether and I've got to find it now. It was there in literally the first chest I looked. So we got ourselves a brewing stand. That's what I was looking for. And that's what's going to give us a cleric. So let's have a look. Unfortunately, it's not you. You're going to have to leave. Someone else. Ah, Ender Pearls. Yes. 12. Awesome. Cheers, buddy. I'm going to take that back, though. Oh, shot. And again. Let's get up here quick. Okay, so we got these guys. We need to make blaze powders. Let's get ourselves the 20, which we've got. Let that refresh. And there is our 20. Let's do one more. Okay, let's keep going this way. Okay, probably a good thing we didn't just do that. Oh, it's around here, isn't it? Okay. Alright, let's not use any more. So, let's... Yeah, it's around here. Okay, awesome. So, let's set up. Let's set up. Putting too many shush. What's this thing doing? There we go. Hello. Right. Don't hate me, but I don't want this thing. Oh, look at that. It's a good thing we brought enough Ender Pearl eye thingies. Eyes of Enders. Awesome. Okay, great. Let's get rid of these. While we're here, let's do this. Nice and slow, does it? Okay guys, I'm back and we have found ourselves an end city and it's got a boat as well. So if you don't know, the boat is where the elytras are kept, teeth, words. Yeah, so that's where the elytra is kept, so that's what we want to get. That's the main prize, but we also want to get those shulker shells. That's what we really want as well. Those two things is what's going to help us make some big changes in the overworld. Some nice big projects completed with that. So let's, should we get the wings first? Let's get the elytra, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, is there, anyway, there's one underneath there, so let's get this guy first. Excellent, he's done, and there's our shulker shells. Excellent. Right, so let's go for about here, I think, because there's obsidian underneath, I think, typically, if I remember rightly. Well, let's see if we've got enough blocks. This is all we've got. Oh, we're going to make it. Yes, and we've got an achievement as well. Goody, goody, goody. Come on, open up. There we go. Got this one here to deal with. Oh, I missed us. Excellent. Ah, it got us. It just puts a bit of levitating on us, so it's not too bad because we've got a roof. Hello, elytra. Let's get these chests as well. They're going to be useful for us. Let's take that one. Let's take that. Let's take that. And let's take that. So let's put a cobblestone base on to show what our outside wall is going to be. Yeah, one there. Keep these there for now. Okay, so yeah, that's not a bad footprint, I think. And we've still got good access around here and around here. Okay, good. Right, so let's put this up a little bit. Let's say 3. And we can see how we're looking for that. My other thing as well is the reason I've not made the windmill and then made the outhouse to sort of
blend in. So why I'm having to break blocks is because my thinking for it is that this windmill would have been made a long time ago, would have been here probably for a little while, and they would have made improvements over time, and this outhouse would be one of those improvements. So it would basically just be bolted onto the side. So some things probably won't look right, but I think that's what will make it look right, is that it's been built onto the side of it. So over time, things have been made. So again, the wall that goes around might be just a little bit different, just to show that it wasn't made at the same time and it's not all the same. If that makes sense, that's what I'm going for. And this cobblestone wouldn't change. It's not going to be the same like this. I'm just using it to get planning, figuring out what it is that we're going to do. Okay, let's have a look. So if I'm sat on this guy, about 3 high. So, okay. What we can do, do I have any, let's borrow these for a second. So if we did something, these carrots in my hand, like that, and something like that, I would probably have enough space to get through, because we can make, could put some gates down, I think, and that will hold him, wouldn't it? So we'd bring him in. Yeah, okay, I think that's alright. So let's do that, jump down, and just, no, just stick you back onto there so you don't wander off. Okay, great. So yeah, we can do that, and this will probably be the floor. So there might be half a slab down. We'll see how we go with that one again in this planning process. I need to go and get some more blocks. That's what I need to do. Right, okay, so let's have a think about this second level. Do I have some slabs? I do. Good. Now, I think I want to bring the sides out by 1. It's like really old, I think it's like Victorian homes are like this, where they'll have like the base and then it'll come out by like a little bit. But we're going to use this idea, I think. And we'll see how it comes out. Okay, and then let's run back around here and start putting some blocks down. So I've got some dark oak logs. 1, 2, 3, I'm thinking. Don't need to go too much higher. Yeah, so we're going to get a bit chopped off from here, I think, when it comes to doing a roof marginally, but it'll be okay. Yeah, I think it'll look good. So we're there, so 1, 2, 3, and then we need to change that to a log. It's as if that was meant to be, really, wasn't that? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Should we do that? Yeah, we'll do that. I really want it to look like it's been added onto the side, so if a support beam was added for the roof on the end of that against that, then that's what we're going to go with. Got some oak logs, which I want to strip, I think. Don't have any other stripped oak logs, so let's take those. And that's going to be our walls, much like that, I think. Okay, let's put these in. want the back, I think, to be level with it. And then to come out one on the sides. Oop. And then we'll flatten this one. We'll have to cut out windows and things like that, but we'll do that as we're going. So let's just get this wall in. Okay, so that's how we're looking at the moment, and I think I'm happy with that, how it's looking. So we just need to make some probably little changes here, just so it doesn't quite go like that. Just so it looks like it's been bolted in, so maybe some logs going into it, that kind of thing. Just tidy it up a little bit. What do I do with the rest of my... What did I use more? No, there it is. Excellent. Okay, let's take this bottom one. There we go. Perfect. So I think we've got a decent size height for this. It's basically for storing hay, so I think I'm happy with that. Yeah. Okay, so I want to take out this and put a log beam in, so that'll look better. And we'll use the dark, I've got spruce in there for some reason. We'll use the dark oak, I think, yes. No, not there. Which will probably go into the walls, I think. Would look better. Let's go up some more. Up one of these chests. This one. Okay, yep, that's better. Let's swap this out for brick. This one. Yeah, that's a bit better, I think. Looks a bit more on purpose. Let's swap out the same here. Awesome, and we'll probably put a log in there as well. Just like so. Let's have a look our ways. Okay, yeah, I think it's looking good. Okay, our next thought is the roof. So I'm going to do that in oak. And probably slabs, I think, is the way to go. So do I have slabs first? I've got loads of slabs, so we don't need to make those. Excellent. That's what we like. So how wide is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Perfect. That means we'll have a point. So let's start by doing this. Like so. Just get rid of that one, which is fine. Because that's going to go there. And I believe that it's going to have to go like that. Okay. Yeah, I think that'll look okay actually. Coming out of this, and we'll have the roof like that. I think that, yeah. I'm happy with how that's going so far. So let's get this built up and we'll see how it looks like with the roof on. And welcome back, guys. So we've got our roof on and I think it's looking great. It really does look good. I'm really happy with how this build is coming along, how it's looking. And I think it nests nicely against this windmill, which is exactly what I wanted. So it looks like the windmill was made and then it's been altered to put this on the side. So I think it looks really good. I really like it. It's exactly the look I was going for, where it doesn't look quite like it was made at the same time and it was just attached, and I like that. I really do like that. So let's have a quick peek inside. We've got our ground level for a horse at the back, so we just need to make some kind of door, gate, fence thing for him so he doesn't wander off, and some interior bits. And then our upstairs space for our hay bales. It's a nice big space. And I like how you can see the corner of the windmill through the building. I really like that. I think that's a nice touch. So yeah, I think it's just the finer details we need to do in this. And then we can call that done. We're going to step away from this and we're going to head over to the village. So guys, in today's episode, we are going to be working on this boat here in the village. If you remember, nice shipwreck right in the land. So I've gone ahead and dug out the space around it, a nice large space. And our project that we're going to be doing today is a dry dock. So we're going to turn this into a working area. I fell. This wall is going to be a gate. So in our law of the world, once this boat was constructed, it can set sail into the sea with this gate being opened. So the water would fill up in here and off they would go. So we're going to have to make ourselves a nice looking gate. We can get some logs going across so it's braced against the ocean, so it's not going to pour in, which is great. Also, we're going to have to work on a boat a little bit because it looks like it was 2 different boats generated in the same spot, which is fine because I wanted to alter it anyway. But it gives us something to work with, so I'm not too worried. We're going to be changing out probably to match this wood. Yeah, well, we'll get some acacia out of it, so it's all good. So guys, without wasting any more time, I'm going to jump into a time lapse of me reconstructing, deconstructing, altering this boat to see if I can get something that I'm happy with. Yeah, so let's get on with that. And we're back, guys. So yeah, I altered the boat, the outside, and I very quickly put together sort of a basic deck. And then you've got your upper bit here, and then we've got the back end, where we call these parts of the boats, where the steering wheel. I know nothing about boats, okay, so don't judge me. I know these are masts, but I'm not going to put them in. And down here we'll have captain's quarters. So what's going to go in here? And then down there was going to be like storage area below deck. I know that. And then you've got ladders to get down there. So I quickly put together the idea of what I wanted to look like, but we're going to have to rough it up to make it look like it's still being built, because this looks a little bit too complete for me. So maybe taking off like a whole side or something like that, really making it look like it's not even really ready to go yet, which is what I want. So like even with these holes, so you could see through into the captain's quarters area, I'm okay with that because it's not a finished project. So I mean, to be fair, we'll probably end up removing half of this section anyway, so it's okay. It's gonna be good. Down here, I added these jungle fence posts to be the supports. This level, so this level here is going to be the floor. So that's why the boat looks like it's floating at the moment, but under here is going to be blocks, so it won't be. It'll be set on the floor, which is what we want. So annoyingly, surprisingly, well not surprisingly actually, I've run out of jungle wood for my support. So I'm having to fly over to a jungle, which I think is in this direction. I had to go and kill a load of creepers to get gunpowder. We need to get a gunpowder farm. It's ridiculous. But it's okay. That's another project for another time. Still got a fair bit to go. And we're here. Okay. Experience some epic lag now. So let's get some of this going. And see if we can see any bamboo as well. Yes, okay. One is better than none. Okay, so let's make some planks. Let's get some sticks. We'll use oak for sticks. Don't really want to be wasting stuff that's harder to get. Oak is a dime a dozen. No, just use the... I just said I don't want to do that. And our fences. Okay. That'll keep us going for a little while. So I've gone around and started spamming these around so we can get some more in here, definitely. I want them quite close to each other, but not that close. Oops. Making me break things now. Stop it, Minecraft. Right, so if I put that... No, that's just the same thing. Okay, I'm going to move you to there. I don't want them connected, but I want them quite close. So let's put one there. Get rid of that one. So yeah, that's what we've been doing. We put one there. Yeah. Perfect. So that's basically what I've got to do, is just go around and spam around a lot of supports, because that's basically what it's going to need, isn't it? I broke the steering rudder thing off to make it look like it wasn't connected yet, so that's what that is. And I broke a big hole. I kind of went a bit ham on the axe, and yeah. What I'm thinking is, as this isn't a sound structure, I would suspect there to be like supports on the inside, so we might have to change that to something. Yeah, okay. Let's get some slabs made up of spruce. Spruce. Got some here, excellent. Oh, that and some more. Perfect. Let's just take a stack of that. Awesome. Dive into here. Brilliant. So. No. Oh, I need final floor then. So, there we go, like that. And we'll just do some more around, like so. Yeah, maybe just leave a hole. That's probably a good idea. Dot some holes around. Do something like that. Maybe do something like that. Is that weird going all the way through? Don't know if I like that. Yeah, I think it's looking good. So it basically just needs a lot of supports put around it to really hold it up. And need to go through on the inside, just doing the same thing, I think, like this, just to make it look like it is actually being held together. Because this isn't being supported on this edge, so it would just collapse, wouldn't it? So that's my thinking. So if we do that, then we can do some in here as well. Let's do one there. So we just need to get some oak on that one. Let's do another one here. Probably stick one. Oh no, because that's there. That's fine. So actually, what we can do is break that off, make it look a little less finished. Words. Yeah. So awesome. I didn't really want to spend too much time on the boat. I mean, end of the day, it is just meant to be something that's still being built. But yeah, it's coming together, I think, nicely. So yeah, awesome. Crawl through here. There we go. Put some of these supports around. Okay, so I'm going to leave the boat, I think, for now. I think I'm happy with where this is at now. What I would like to work on now is probably the floor, I think. So I can get some cobblestone, stones and things like that up in here. And then I think the gate and the walls is what's next. So I'm going to do a bit of a jump cut and get this floor in, and then we can see where we're at with that. And we're back. So yeah, I think this looks really good. Considering it's a dry dock that's been drained out, obviously it's going to have imperfections on the floor. They're not going to spend a lot of time and money making the floor look absolutely 100%, so it's going to have imperfections on it which may not always drain out, and I think it looks great. And I've got these iron trapdoors on the sides that are going to be our drains, and as an example I'll put one together here, so that's what that's going to be like. I think that's alright. So this is going to be the wall going all the way around, so this all the way around here is the wall of the dry dock all the way around, and that's what that's going to be like. I think that looks cool. I like that. I'm really happy with how this this floor's come together. It's really good. I think just the right amount of texturing in it. It was a lot of fun to do this floor. It was really good. The walls probably not going to be that dissimilar, if I'm honest. The only thing, obviously, it's not going to be waterlogged. But yeah, I think it's the same idea. It's going to be like that. So I'll do that in a second. The only thing I might change is maybe not make it so square. So maybe something like that, just to change it slightly. It's just not so precise. Maybe this corner as well might do a little bit more elongated, so like that. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. So yeah, put a torch there so that when we make this wall, something doesn't try and spawn in there. Yeah. Okay, good. So I just need to get the walls in, and then our main thing to do is going to be this gate, this sea gate, dock gate, gate. Okay, and then I just need to get a lot more of these supports down so it looks a little bit more supported. Yeah, awesome. Really happy. This is looking good. Okay, let's get the walls in. Okay, and I've got the sides in, and I'm really liking how this has come out. I kind of really wanted sort of that claustrophobic feeling under here, where you got all these supports and the walls are supported, but not very well. You've got the drain holes and stuff, some cobblestone floating there. And I really like how this has come out. I didn't want it looking too square. This is exactly what I wanted. I might have to come through and change some of these out for some stair blocks because I haven't put any stairs in, just slabs and blocks. I might need to put some like stone and stuff in there. So give it a bit of a texture. Put some mossy cobblestone in around where the drains are because that makes sense. So yeah, I just need to swap out some of that, but I've run out of andesite and I've got a little bit of stone left. Oh, a little bit of andesite as well. So I might do that in a minute, but I'm okay for the second. So yeah, I really like how this is coming together. Definitely need to get a load more supports in there. I really want that idea that you're sort of trying to clamber through. You're like, oh, I can't get that way. I need to go this way. Really good. Really happy with how this is going. So we're going to put the rest of that on pause and we're going to think about the door, the gate. So what I'm thinking is doing stone up to the water level and then we can do some kind of wooden design on the top. So these might not even be that high because I think it might curve in, sort of peak in the middle, like a grand door or grand wooden door, if you know what I mean. I think that's what we'll do. So maybe we'll go one higher than the water level. So we go to that height. Right, so that's a pretty big wall. We'll leave these bits in like that. I think they look good. So we might have to do a different brick around there just to check. Actually, should we do stone brick? Do you think stone brick? No. Maybe like a polished andesite. So we'll have to go digging for some andesite. Got andesite on me. So polished andesite I think has a bit of a nicer... Yeah, okay, we'll do polished andesite. So we'll swap this out in a minute, that's not a problem. And then we've got the dark oak logs, which I think I still want to use as supports for the wall door. It's not a wall, it's a door. Let's find our center again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's our center. So should we do... It does look lopsided, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Have I done this 1, 2, 1? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, goodness sake. Well, I meant to be fair, we probably need one on that side because each door's going to need its own like frame, isn't it? That's a cool idea. Meant to do that. Place, thank you. Okay, does look a little stuck together, so we might have to figure out a way to separate that, maybe using a slightly different colour wood. How about the spruce? Okay, good, yeah. Just slight different brown, isn't it? So, yeah, perfect. Just enough to distinguish the two, which is what I wanted. Perfect. Okay, great. We're going to have to get supports in around it. Right, let's have a look, see how this looks. I'm not sure if I'm going to like this. Okay guys, I'm back. I figured out what it is I wanted with the gate. That was dreadful, what I made before, so we won't talk about that, we'll move on. Oh, a couple of creepers died. Nice. And yeah, this is what I've come up with. Oh, that looks so much better, doesn't it? That's great. I think it's simple, it works for a theme, it's not extravagant or anything like that. It looks like it's going to hold back the water. Yeah, it's still one side is 1 block longer than the other, but do you know what? I'm fine with that, I think. I don't think that bothers me. It's not something we're going to be staring at constantly. And I think imperfections make it. Like, we don't need to have everything in symmetry, do we? Oh, it's fine. I think it looks really good. And I've adapted it so it's a little walkway. Because if we're going to be working on this way, you need to get onto there. You don't have to walk all the way around, so you just walk over the gate. Easy. Done, right? Awesome. I know it's great. There looks good. And it's the same on that side. So we just need to get rid of this now. Have I got my shovel on me? I haven't. So let's go get my shovel. Let's break it down. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Get all down, all gone. And that one, and that one. And it should all start coming together. No, it's not. Ah, I knew it would do that. And there we go, you guys. So we just need to trim this off a little bit, but there's our gate. And a weird thing going on there. What was that? Oh! Wimp. Says. Right, anyway, ignoring him. I think we're looking good. I'm really liking this. I really like how this has come down. So we just need to get more supports down on this. But this wall I think is looking great. I think the gate's looking great as well. I really like the gate. That is awesome. That is looking awesome. That's really good. I like this, how it feels so claustrophobic. We need to do so many of these around. Oh, it's going to be great. Yeah, need to fill out this little bit once we get rid of the ladder, but we need to figure out a proper way up and down for them. And then, yeah, we can work on the land bit next to it, start getting some buildings in for building the ships. Need to get rid of this. I'm really happy with how this has come. I had an image in my head of something like this, so to have come so close to what I had in mind is great. It really is great. Welcome back to Minecraft, ladies and gentlemen. In our last episode, in episode 9, I think it is, we built this shipyard, dry dock. Let's pop down. Still got a manual way down. There's a guy right there. Boop. He gone. Okay, so yeah, we made this dry dock, and I think it looks awesome. There you are. Yeah, it's not the safest place at the moment, so we do need to put some lighting and stuff in there. There we go. But yeah, this looks cool. I'm really happy with how this came out. We've got our little drains here, so they can drain it all out. Obviously, where the floor is imperfect, they've got little water pools dotted around. Looks cool. Random lag spike then. We got our front gate. So when the boat is made, this will fill up with water. This will open up. So let's pop up and show you. So this will open up and the boat can leave into the ocean. So I went ahead off camera and I got rid of the building that was here and just leveled the land a little bit. And I've done the same on the other side. There was a building there, I've got rid of that. And I've just laid down for now cobblestone, minus this bit. This was already stone, so I didn't have to do that. But I've just laid out how I'm kind of thinking the shipyard should look. Something I would like to do is probably after, I've got myself stuck now, after we've got a mob farm going and we can get hold of string and I've got my bamboo farm sorted, is a great suggestion in the comments in the last episode, which was something I was thinking as well. So it's good to be seeing that my fans are on the same page as me. That scaffolding is something we definitely need to get in here. That will just finish this off, I think. So where there's works going on in this section, we could have a big scaffolding rig here. That look really good. Maybe some scaffolding inside as well, that kind of thing. It will look really good. I think they'll finish the look in there. And lanterns, that's what we need to get there. There's a load of lanterns. People are working. They need to see what they're doing. So, but we're not going to do that today. Today, we're going to change the subject slightly because after making this, I really want to work on this village a little bit. I think we need to clear some houses. This space looks huge now about these houses here, right? That gives us a lot of space to work with, which is great. I've started trying to figure out a plan of how I want houses to look. So we might need to do a bit of terraforming just to give this less of a jump like that. So just a gentle. So what I'm thinking is this is going to be a street. We might need to come over a couple of blocks because it's right up against here. This is going to be our shipyard area, and so they might need to just come around a bit like that. So we need a wall, basically, is where I'm going with this, and I don't want the building to be up against the wall, like maybe just a 1 block away. So we need to figure out exactly where we want this to finish, and then a house to start, so we can figure out that bit. But I was just playing around at the moment, trying to figure out what I liked and what I didn't like. So we're going to have a row of buildings outside and a row of buildings outside, creating a street and ignoring the terrain at the moment, how up and down it is. But this curve basically is what I want to happen like that, because I think that's a great focal point, seeing that windmill in the distance like that. So I've put in some orange wool. This is going to be our wall for the shipyard, for the dock. Getting some bit of lag here. These 2 pillars of wool are showing that this is our entrance, and it'll be 5 wide. I think that's wide enough for a entrance. It's good. Yeah. Comes all the way around to here. So yeah, this is our entrance to the skeleton farm, by the way. So we definitely need to figure out something in this space for that. But I've got an idea for that, so we'll come back to that one. So I've plotted where the first house is going to go, and that's just a little gap right here. And I think that's going to look good. We could make some kind of like a back alley place behind here, so I've got ideas for back here. We do need to change the elevations, I think, of the terrain, and I'm thinking of, like I said before, I think I said it before, that we're going to take off 2 layers of this. So let's just take that off. So this 2 layers are going to come down, and then so that'll take it to there. And then I'm thinking of bringing this up to here. I'm going to raise up this to this level. I think I'm definitely going to do that. At some point around here, we can step up again and raise these up another level. So that's going to be coming out like that. So we could almost like just follow something like that. Okay, so let me get on with that, and I'll hopefully be back with something to show you. Okay, I'm back. I don't have any building progress for you. I've actually ended up ripping up what wall I put down and relaying it, because the problem I had was they looked too uniform and the same, and I don't really want that. I want different. Like, it's not a building company that's come along and made this street. There would have been people making their houses and stuff like that and using the space they had. So I've updated the map over here so I can show you. All the houses are basically different shapes and irregular. So we can see This one's on that kind of angle like that, and then that one's an odd angle, and that one's just a weird shape. And I think that looks better. And I think once these are made, we're going to be using different bricks and stuff for each one. So I'm going to put a palette together for each one. I'll show you that in a minute. I think this is going to look good. I've also added like an archway section, so we can always expand out a bit more. And then when I was thinking on top of this, not just having an arch, but actually a house on top of this, I think you call them coach houses. So you have a building here, and then an arch with a house on top, and then next building. And that's going to look cool, I think. I've left a gap here for an alleyway, but it's only one wide, so I'm dubious that that's going to work. But that's the perfect thing with using wool, is that we can change it. So I might end up making this a 3 wide, so that once we've made the houses, it will be probably 1 wide at the top, because they'll sort of indent out, which is good. So yeah, we can shift these over by 2 blocks, that's no problem. It's going to be good. And I still wanted to maintain that idea that when you come around this corner, you see that windmill there. So we still got that, which is good. I'm really happy about that. So I'm feeling better for this. I was ready to go, and I started laying down cobblestone and stuff like that, and it just seemed too much the same. That it was just a building replicated all the way along, and then all the way along, and I didn't like it. So I quickly ripped that up. I could have probably shown you what I meant, but just imagine one building looking the same all the way along. It wasn't good. Didn't like it. Here we are again, back to square one, but I'm feeling better about this. And I'm going to put a colour palette together for each one. I've decided that I want to use some terracotta. I don't know why. Because obviously I've got lots of terracotta laying around that I can use. Nope. No, I don't. I actually have to go and get some. So, why do I do it? Why am I trying to sleep? So, I know there's a mesa that way. It's a bit of a distance, so I'm going to have to now get obsidian. Why do I do this? Why do I decide that I want to build in a certain block, sorry, that I don't have? So then I have to interrupt what I'm doing. Not to just go to a place, but to get obsidian, to make a portal, to then get to the place, to then dig the things, to then come back, and then make it all. It's okay. Zen. We're alright. Okay, so what I'm looking for is now, of course I don't have any obsidian, so I need to go and mine some obsidian. Do I have my bucket? I have my bucket. Let's go get some water. Let's go get some obsidian. Okay, I'm back from that sidetrack mission. I got myself these 2 shulkers of terracotta, so some white, a bit of terracotta, and more terracotta there. Got some red, and just a little bit of brown, a little bit of light grey. It's fine. So I mainly wanted some terracotta that I could dye, and I really fancied the red and the white. And the main reason I wanted white is because I'm using bone blocks on this one. So I've got this little palette here. Got bone blocks, and then I'm thinking I don't really want to do it too close. So this one I did white. Yeah, this one. White terracotta. Yeah, so some white terracotta on that one. How's the red look? Ooh. The dark wood. Okay. Yeah. So basically what I'm doing, I'm just trying to put some blocks together just to see if they look good together. Yeah, so I'll figure out some of these as I'm going. But I kind of really just want to start building now, if I'm honest. So I'm gonna get on with that and try and see if I can come up with some houses. So I'll be right back once I've got some of those in place. let's pop over this way. Our coach house here, I've turned into my base of operations away from my house. I don't have to keep running all the way over there. So I've moved the map into here, so I can come have a look and update and see what we're doing. And there we are, there's our village, and there's our dry dock shipyard area. And you'll notice I've laid down a load of blue wool in preparation. After this, I built this street after last episode. I've been so excited to get back on. I can't wait to get back on, and I just want to get designing, get laying out, and planning. So that's what I've been doing. I've sort of been trying to figure out what it is that I like and what I want to do. So let's talk about what I've figured so far. I've laid down these blue circles, and they're going to be sort of where streets meet, so junction areas. And the size of the circles sort of determined to me how important or how busy that area will be. So we've got quite a big, decent circle area in here, mainly because we've got the shipyard here. So my assumption would be that obviously materials and things would be coming in. This would be quite a busy area. So that's why. But these circles are not what the final area will look like. It's just to give me a guide. So I've put it right up against here to show you how a street would come off of said circle. So it's not a definitive outline, it's a guide. I've pushed this hill back just because it was always sort of around here, I think it was. So we've pushed that back. We might even chop it down a bit, but I'm not too worried about changing landscape. I mean, I did that with the farm. I was quite happy. I'm quite confident with that, I think. So that's going to be good to do. So let's follow this main road around this way. Try to keep it as sort of simple as possible. No big like angle changes or anything like that. Again, these are just a idea. These won't be set in stone, so I could always bring it around a bit more. It might snake a little bit more. We'll play it by ear as we build these areas up. Again, it's just an idea. This one, pretty big circle, so I'm thinking sort of almost a market area. Definitely a big focal point, so we might have some really big buildings. And I don't want to show you what's behind me just yet, what I've planned, but this is sort of the main road out. So again, we might have other streets and stuff coming off of that. Well, we definitely will, otherwise it would just be a random long road. And I'm trying to figure out sort of the gate area. So what I'm thinking is, let's get some wool so I can show you. So we would have a gate of sorts. You stood right where I'm trying to put that. Almost like that. So we'd have a big gate building and a bridge coming out this way onto this island that we've got over here. And then this will be sort of a fortified gate area. So we'll have some guard posts and creepers. Goodbye. Thank you. Oh, gunpowder. Keep the gunpowder. Need that for my arrows. So yeah, we'd have like a fortified gate area. So this would be quite a big like military island of sorts. And then we'll have another bridge going off connecting to the main island. But that will be eggs. Collect the stuff. Once we're done with the island, the village, then we will build the rest of the bridge out and we will move on to our next venture. But that is not today or anytime soon. So let's head back this way. I can't jump up, so let's fly. Let's give you a bird's eye. So there's our bridge, there's our road, there's our main junction, and then this pillar over here. I'm not going to keep the lake. I don't really like the lake that's here. I mean, to be fair, it's only like 1 block deep anyway. Some of it's nearly 2, so it's not really a useful lake. So we're going to get rid of it. So I don't just want to level it off. We're going to do some elevation changes. And yeah, I'm thinking something up to like that level, and this snaking path here, road, will actually elevate up to there. So it will snake all down to there. That's what I'm thinking. And then we'll have our new land built up there. For the highbrows, I think you call them. And then same thing on this side. So just there, again, not all the way to the same height. So there'll be another elevation change. We'll have some other buildings and things like that. And I want to show you actually under the coach house what I was thinking. Because I've got a set of stairs right in front of here. And I think that'll look really cool. As you come around, you see a set of stairs leading up. I think that'll look really cool. And then we can have like the wall for this area, basically almost like that, maybe one over, like that. Let's say there. Where's me clippers gone? There. Me shears. Get rid of this out of the way. So we can have a wall. Again, it doesn't have to be straight. It can come out sort of as so. And then we've got a sort of little back area to these houses. And these are all things that we can do stuff with. I don't want to leave any unturned block, basically. And we've got these awesome, like, little areas between the houses that we can make stuff with. Even if it's just piling up crates and hay and things like that. But we can definitely make use of all these little areas. And that's what I'm really excited to do. And then this wall level change will probably come up to maybe that stairs area here. So this could be the floor like so. Let's use that as an example. So that's our floor, and then we could have the wall coming up to like there. And yeah, okay, fine, all you see is the back of the houses, but most likely we'll probably have more houses this side. Kind of thing, or maybe this will actually come out to sort of that level there, so like that. A little bit too high. See, I'm really excited. I'm just want to get started. So we'll have like a wall area here, and then new houses dotted right here. So when you're down there, you'll have this big wall, imposing wall, and then another property on top of that. I think it's going to look really good. So that's my thinking for this island. I haven't overthought as to what I'm putting where. I want that to kind of be fluid, and we'll make those decisions episode by episode. Yeah, no, I'm feeling good about it. I'm definitely thinking centrally there's going to be some sort of main building. I'm not thinking palace, but maybe some kind of stronghold or something like that. Yeah, where the governing body of this village would live. So that's what I'm thinking. It was more on islands now, isn't it? This is not going to be a small village anymore when this is done. That's for sure. This could be almost city size. But we've got our farm area as well, so we'll have to have some agricultural areas, things like that. So that's what I'm thinking, guys. That's where my head is with this. Straight off the bat, if you like that, then please hit that like button, because I am really buzzed for where we're going with this village, and I'm really excited, and I can't wait to see this develop week by week. And I don't know how long it'll take, but I'm in this for the long haul. I am prepared to do this for as long as it takes. And then once this island's finished, we're not done with this world. We'll move on to the next project. This is going to be an ever-developing world. And we're only touching on one style. We got all that out there. So I'm excited. I'm buzzed. And I need to sleep. So with that being said, I think I'm just going to do a bit more planning, trying to figure out some housing areas. I've got a couple of buildings I need to get rid of, so I'm going to get rid of them, and then I'm going to lay down some red wool to be some properties, and yeah, we'll go from there. Maybe we'll try and build a couple of houses in this episode as well. Oh, we need to figure out a port as well. That's what we need to do. See, I've got all these ideas, guys. I'm so excited for this island. This thing is not going to look the same when we're done. Ooh. Is that a buried shipwreck? should we pause here and go and check that out? Let's get our shovel out. Let's dig you out. I don't think I've been here. Or I might have done actually. It's been so long. Let's dig this out. Let's have a look. Don't worry guys, I'm not going to do another dry dock. But I mean, we could always leave this here as a... weird sounds. Okay. Yeah, I've been here. What did we get? Oh no, I didn't take it. Okay, how random. And paper, I'll take that. I'll take the chest. Take the chest. Okay, so we've tackled that shipwreck. And I come over here and I got rid of these houses. So I dealt with that. So we've got ourselves a bit of blocks and stuff like that. So we're stocked up on that, which is awesome. And then at the same time, I decided to try and do a bit of planning. So I built some bits. So I laid down this blue wall of where I wanted the path and that to go. So it goes all the way that way. And I wanted to try and figure out elevations of stuff. So I've put this path in place. There's an Enderman right there. And that leads up to this point. And I raised it up central area place to this level. And I wanted to create, let me jump over there. And I think I talked about it in my last episode about creating feelings and stuff like that. So I wanted to create the idea that when we walk through here, this would be a big gatehouse. And when it opens up, that tree's in the way, stupid tree, you'll see this street going down and around. So there's going to be some houses on the sides like that. And then hopefully there'll be just enough curve that if you're stood one side, so to the right side, you might just be able to catch it. You'll be able to see the square there. And I'm thinking this is going to be like a market area, so it should be nice colours and things around and stuff like that. So it should be a good focal point. And that's what I'm hoping for. I might even put like an archway in here between a couple of houses just to sort of break up the sky, and you can come walk through and then you'll be like, wow, stuff like that. So that's what I'm thinking for that. So I need to get a path in for this one going to a height. I don't know whether to continue to this height, which I might do, to be fair. I might continue to that height we got there as a first layer and then go up again. I don't know. I'm playing a lot of this by ear because we've got a lot of land that way. Let's again, yeah, we can have a look. See, we've got a fair amount of land around this way. So, this way to be fair as well. So we could always come up a good amount. Yeah. I started building a house there as well. I don't know if I was in the previous clip. So I start getting that in place. And then we've got these two houses to make as well before we get to this junction square area as well. And then I can break away. So... yeah, lots of things happening. So I think I'm going to play around with this path for a bit and see if I can get a good curve on that. And then I might, at the same time, try and get the path in going up to that point there. Okay, so lots of things happened. I got rid of a lot of these piers out here. I sort of decided to tidy up our shipyard area. Need to do something with this skeleton farm entrance. I've still got a plan in mind for that, but that's not for today. Yeah, so I've laid out sort of a area that I'm liking. Random block. Oh no, I wanted that for something actually. We'll leave that there. Yeah, so I've kind of mapped out this shipyard area a little bit and got that around there as well. So that needs texturing and stuff like that, but I just wanted to get sort of the floor area figured out. And then I could look at some buildings at some point. Need to deal with these guys. So I've got a idea of where I want to put a villager breeder. So we'll deal with that probably next episode. And in this episode, in this clip, I've had a go at working out this slope. So it's hard to see, because it's all one texture mainly. So I'll walk up slowly a little bit. We do need to change the textures a little bit, but we'll figure that out at some point. And I wanted to try and get a good steep slope into the shipyard area. And I think it looks really good. I think it's a good shape. So once we get some different textures in there, we'll be able to see the slope a lot better. And once we get some buildings going up the sides as well, that's going to be a really cool pathway. I like this. This is good. Things happened here. I tried to plan out. This is going to be our market square. So my idea being, which I said in the last clip, that we'll have like an archway. So I'm thinking about that height for the entering in through the archway. I'm not too sure yet about the height of the building, but it might be a bit similar to the coach houses down there in size. Fell. I've got some red wall down to show buildings, and this orange wall is going to be market stalls. And this orange wall coming off the red wall is market stalls attached to the house. So the front end will be open. So that's what I'm thinking for those. And then we've got a couple of properties like that. So this is a larger house property, and then there'll be a archway walkway in between that. So I just need to extend out this floor. Like I said, this was never going to be a perfect circle. This was just to get us started. So we can move this out this way. And then we've got space to walk around behind here, which is cool. Got the path in for going up a level. Again, just a general gradual slope up. I think that does the magic right there. This is probably going to be more, I reckon, stone brick. A bit more man-made path as opposed to that one, which would probably be just a dugout path, if that makes sense. As we're ascending higher, we'll have nicer walkways and things like that. That's my thinking for that. What do you just want to shoot? Oh, I don't have any arrows. You're lucky. So that's where I'm at with that. This is our map, so I updated it. There's our market square area. And there's our entrance path. And then there is our path leading up. And this is our path leading down to the shipyard. So, yeah, like I said, I wanted it to be a nice big main pathway and to give us a lot of space to get like parts and stuff in. We need like logs and things like that. So this needs to be a good wide path as well. And yeah, things are happening. Things are looking good. And I think I'm going to leave it there for this episode. It was a bit of a talky one. It was more planning and figuring out what we wanted to do. But now now we're on the same page of what's happening here. So I want to try and get some of these houses made here and definitely some of these houses here. So over the next couple of weeks, I think we're going to try and focus on the marketplace and our slope down to the shipyard area. So this is my villager farming area, and these guys are noisy, be quiet. We got our farmer in there, and then we've got this guy here which they throw the crops to, and they get caught by these hopper mine carts and sent down to a really basic storage system. Now I might hit up Logical Geek Boy, who is the creator of this farm. There was a tutorial on the episode, so I will link a description. I'll put a link in the description to the episode where I made this that has a link to his tutorial. The problem I'm having is if I had to put 2 composters down, because this guy keeps losing his trade, his farming ability, and this guy kept taking over it, which is why he's got the hat. So he would stop farming. So I've put 2 down, so that if he takes one of them, this guy still has access to one and can still be a farmer. And I've had to do that on every level. So I don't know if it was a chunk thing or what, but yeah, that's what we've done. So we've done that. And that's how I've been able to get the emerald blocks for my beacon, is because I've been trading with these guys. So let's pop down here. And we got our really basic storage system in there. So I think our task for this area is we need to fix up these walls on every level, and I want to put in some stairs, get into every level so we don't have to keep using that ladder, and then I want to work out a storage system, and I think I'm not going to be able to do it in this episode, but I want to make a space on a level. Probably the top one makes sense. So we might have our storage route to the top and have maybe 3 or 4 farming villagers literally like stuck in the walls in like little alcoves that we can trade with. So maybe what we think about doing is a trading storage system thing. So we can have we can use shulker boxes because I've got access to that, and they can be dispensed out. We could take stock from them to trade, and then once the shulker box is empty, that could break, and another one could dispense out. So maybe we have something like that. Yes, guys. Interesting. Okay. I'm liking that. I think it's going to have to go probably on one of these walls. Okay, guys, I'm back. So, slightly big jump cut. I've got my storage area figured out for here. So, we're on the top level, and I dug out this space, and these granite blocks are going to be where I'm going to have some villagers be. So, this will be a wall, and this will be a wall. So, this will be their station. And I'll have 3 on this side, 3 on this side, because that's what I'm thinking for at the moment. This isn't going to be like a big trading area. This is just going to be just a little small trading area. I was going with that. So yeah, so what I've got figured out here is we've got 2 shulker loaders and unloaders, and we've got a carrot, a potato even, and a carrot one. And the idea is that once one is empty, this will break, and the next one will load, and the one that's just broke will fall down there, and we'll go to the item storage, which is down below, which we'll go and see in a second. So that's the plan for that. So let's see this in action. So let's take... See, it still hasn't broke yet. Still hasn't... Need to get rid of one lot of stuff. So, one more. Torches. Goodbye. So when we take this one, it should break and then dispense another shulker box. I knew that would happen. Okay. So yeah, one problem at a time is giving us another shulker box full of carrots. And no, I can't pick that up. Let's do that. And let's go downstairs to reload these. See, it's work in progress, but we've got at least something figured out there. And then down here, we no longer have these chests all stacked. We've got a item sorter. Standard thing. Carrots on this one, and potatoes in this one. There we go. And carrots chain off to here, to the shulker box. So let's just chuck all that in there. Thank you. And let's chuck these in that one. Let's pop that in there. Okay, so same idea as up there in the opposite way. So then, jeez, that was loud. Hide. Whoa. Whoa. These are loud. I think it's finished. I'll probably do one now. Yep. Told you. So, that's our... Okay, hold on. Right, now that's been dealt with. So this is our system sorted. I think I'm pretty happy with it. I'm not really sure why that one broke out this way. That should have just gone straight down. The only other thing I can do is to make a hopper, but I don't really want to do a hopper. I just want it to drop straight down, because there's a water stream that takes it to the dispenser. So we'll see how this does. If it keeps on popping out here, then I'll have to look at something else. Okay. So yeah, so that's our item storage sorter, I believe. So yeah, when the shulker box breaks down below, it comes up into this chest area, into that hopper, into this dispenser, into out here. So yeah, pretty simple design. So if you want to know how to make this, let me know, and I can show you more closely how this system works. Okay. I think that's pretty much that for this project. I'm pretty happy with that. That's just a case of getting more shulker boxes, and it's got sort of an overflow protection on that. So let's pop back down. I got disturbed by the thunderstorm. Completely forgot. There's some iron there. I keep meaning to get that. So yeah, carrots goes into here, and then potatoes chains along to here. And then if get to the point that these hoppers all fill up, then the items that come from the villagers go all the way along into our lava over there. So simple little clock thing. There's a comparator there coming out of this dispenser. It's a dropper, actually, I think it is. Dropper. And when it detects an items in that dropper, really bad corner. Let's see if I can get around. There we go. So when there's an item in there, it detects it. It will power this redstone, power the repeater, power this piston, this is a sticky piston, which will move this observer in front of this one and cause a clock to happen. So any items in there will get dispensed into that, and that's how that happens. Yeah. I was quite lucky. As I was making this and going up to get more resources, a wandering trader came past and had pet ice for sale. So I bought a ton of that. Oh, these guys are just having a good time. So yeah. So I think I'm happy with that area, and I'm going to call that a day for this. I can't really think of what I want to do for the wall, so I don't really just want to put something together and not be happy with it, but if I'm honest, it'll probably end up being some kind of concrete colour. I don't need to do too much to it, I think. So for now, I'm going to leave that, but I've got the storage sorted, so that's the main thing. And then obviously we need to get ourselves villagers to go into here, but I don't have a villager breeder at the moment, so that's why we're putting this bit on pause, because obviously we don't know how many villagers we got, what they got, who are they, and then kind of what this design wants to look like. I'm kind of trying to move along with this angle, so it comes in this way a little bit, and then elongates for this wall for the traders, and then sort of slopes back in. So you won't see any of this, and yeah, it'll just be a wall in the way. So that's what I'm thinking. So that's where my thought process is with that. Yeah. So guys, it's now after Christmas, so Merry Christmas. Let's do this. Merry Christmas. I hope you've had a Merry Christmas. I've had a good Christmas. Busy. Lots of family to visit, so no, it's been good. And I've managed to get another little project done. I managed to get myself in front of the computer for an hour, and I worked on our tree door entrance, trap entrance door thing for the tree. So what I've got is your standard looking kind of tree, yeah, and we give this button a push, and voila, we got ourselves a stairs. And then we've got a button on this side, so we can close that. There we go. A little open. Perfect. So I think the wooden button delays it slightly, so we'll change that for a stone one at some point once we get a different color on here, but I'll put wood on here for now so I can actually see it. Would be useful, you know. Yeah, it just delays it just a little bit. But so the system we've got going on is we've got 4 sticky pistons in play here. So we've got this sticky piston which will pull this block down, and then you've got a sticky piston there and a sticky piston there, which will then move these 2 blocks to the right one. And then just behind here there's another block with a sticky piston under that which pulls that down to make the stairs. So let's go on this side so we can see. So there's our sticky piston and blocks. So these will slide out, and then this block will slide up to this space here, right in front of me, so next to this block. And then this one will pop up to in this space. So let's see if we can do that. Just like that. See? Really simple. And it does the job. So it's a bit of a mess back here. Here, done it. So what we've got is a I'm no good with the names of these things, so I'm not going to like go. It's a monostable flippy floppy thing. So I don't know the name. So I'm not even going to entertain it. What happens is, there we go. So this block here, which I've got a button on, is the block outside that has the button on. So this block powers a redstone dust, which we can't get to, which is on this block. No, can't see it. There it is. Okay, so it powers that redstone dust, which then gets taken by this repeater along to here. And then what that happens when that dust is powered, that torch and that torch are momentarily turned off and then turned back on, which then updates these 2 pistons. So what will happen is it will just push that block along. And let's disable this. So let's push that button. There we go. Under there's a redstone torch. So when this block is moved on top of the torch, it then powers the redstone dust that way and that way. So going this way powers these 2 repeaters to move the blocks down, and when it's unpowered, vice versa. No, yeah, when it's unpowered, because it will depower this redstone torch. So these 2 pistons will move down, and then one at the same time this is powered, this line will power, which will, it's a bit of a mess. There we go. Yeah, so it will unpower that redstone torch, which will then power that redstone torch, which will then unpower that redstone torch. So then these 2 pistons will unpower and detract, so they'll take these 2 blocks with them. So let's do that. There you go, just like that. Oh, no. There we go. So simple, but I like it. Does the job. So we just need to work out now the stairs. So I'm thinking I'm not going to do so sharp turn like this. It might come out a little bit around, keep going round, and then maybe eventually line up to come out this way. So yeah, we're going to have our entrance here. So that's maybe the next thing I'll work on now, is try and get a nice looking staircase. Just something simple, probably be wood and varied stones and things. I might try and make it look like, yeah, I might try and make it look like roots from this tree are coming down. I don't know if I'll be able to do that, but we'll give it a go, see what we can come up with, because it'll look quite cool, I think, if we saw the roots of this tree coming down further. Yeah, okay. So that's the next thing I'm going to play with, so we'll come back once I've got that in place. Okay guys, I'm back. It's actually now 2020, so Happy New Year to everyone. Yeah, it's been a busy couple of weeks, Christmas and New Year's, so that's why it's taken me literally about 2-3 weeks to make this episode. So I left off. We did our tree door for our tree door thing, trap entrance, and I swapped out a couple of the blocks. I need to change because there's a little bit too symmetry there, doesn't it? So I might need to change these ones out for that. But basically, I was trying to get different colours. So yeah, and we've done our entranceway. So let's pop in and have a look. And yeah, so here we go. This is our entranceway down to our villager farming place. And yeah, so I tried to use two different colours so you could see the difference between the two. Otherwise, it would just be oak all the way through here and it wouldn't really make any sense. So I tried to make it look like the roots were coming through and you were sort of walking down through the under of the tree, like for its roots area. That makes sense. I think it looks good. I like it. Yeah. So yeah, today's episode, I kind of want to make a bit of a start on this marketplace area that we've got going on up here. I think it would look quite cool. So yeah, I think we'll make a start on this. I'll probably start on this corner building here. Maybe do this archway so we can get a bit of a start on this entryway into this and see how that looks. I think that's what we'll probably do. Hello, spider. Goodbye, spider. Let's see if I can make a house here look right and not a mess. So I'm going to work on that and see if I can get a house together that I like. And honestly, it'll probably be the same style of this. I think that's going to be the style of this island, town, city place. Will probably be something like that. Let me get my bits together and I'm going to put this house together and we'll see what we've got. So I will see you in a moment. And jump cut and we're back. So I've got this made. Oh, that was quite cool. It was a very unusual shape that I gave myself there, which is something I've been focusing on. I'm trying to avoid as much as possible square houses and then just diagonal houses. So this is not representing what I've just said. Yeah, I've got one up here. I'll show you the shape of this from the outside. So we've got let's fly. Let's do it right. And there we go. So yeah, you can see there it's almost two like a diagonal shape and a square shaped house sort of stuck together. It's made this unusual like elongated angle. And I think I kind of like it. I like the unusualness of it. So I wanted to get some windows in, and yeah, this red wall up here is going to be like a sort of a coach house thing. So it's going to be a building above there. So yeah, I think obviously that one will need to move onto this pillar for it to make sense. But you know, work in progress. It's all good. So yeah, like I said, I'm happy with how this is looking, and we need to get some windows. So I don't think I've got any window stuff around here. Nope. Okay, I've got shutters, so we can do that. Okay, I need to go get some glass sorted. So bear with me for 2 ticks. I'll go get that. So while I'm working on this for a second, I wanted to ask you guys a question. I'm thinking about doing some tutorial episodes, like how to build kind of things. This is sort of your opportunity to tell me what kind of things you are interested in seeing me show how to make and do. So it could be redstone stuff. It could be how to build a certain type of building, like maybe one of those things, or how to build our windmills. So let me know in the comments below if you want me to make any tutorials about the things we've made here, or if there's a particular building you would like to see me try and make. Yeah, I think that could be fun. So yeah, leave me your suggestions in the comments below, and we'll see what we come up with. Okay, so I'm back and I've got myself some glass. I'm just placing some trapdoors around, sort of like window ledges. Well, obviously we'll put some like plant pots and stuff down. Actually, what I could do, I don't have any grass blocks though, do I? I don't think any of these are silk touch. I was hoping to maybe get some grass. I might have to leave that until I've got a silk touch of some kind. And then maybe we can put like a plant box thing here, so a grass block with like a flower on top, and put some trapdoors around it. So maybe that's something we'll do another time when I've got a silk touch pick. There we go. And let's do some of this. And we can have this one open, I think. So we need to do something like that. And this could be interesting. Okay. Let's try that again. Get rid of that one. And I wanted the trapdoor, is what I wanted. Like so. Which way do you... No. Okay. We're half right. Okay. Let's do that. And then let's do that. And then that's what we wanted. Perfect. Leave that one there and get rid of this. I think that's a bit better. That's fine. Although again, that's going to be in the wall now, isn't it? Okay, we'll leave the shutter and we'll come back to the shutter in a minute. And I've got one up there which is going to despawn, and they're expensive. So I'd like that back, please. Thank you. Okay, so I've got a few details in, obviously the door. So the idea is that the merchant or whoever lives person would be able to enter in through this door, and maybe this will be a store in here as well. So definitely have to do the interior in here because it's a nice big space to play with. And then the guy can exit out into this market store. So he's literally facing onto the market, which is prime location for this guy. So that's that. Windows in, got the shutters in, which I think look great. It just needs a bit more detailing. Okay, so I want to get more than what that is. So we need some of this, we need some of that. And let's make a load of that. Okay. That's probably still not going to be enough. So I want to... I'm probably going to have to use some supports. Do I have a load of string? Let's just see if I can make some scaffolding blocks. String. Nope. And nope. Okay, that's not what I was hoping for, if I'm honest. Huh. I thought I had some. There, in my inventory. Okay. Right. Get that, and then... Oh, we can make some more. Awesome. Oh. Fireworks let off inside the house. Not good. That one. Excellent. Okay, great. That's going to make things a little... that's going to make things a little bit easier. Okay, great. Let's head back with my last rocket. Oh, I have to go creeper hunting again. Oh, that looks cool. I'm liking that. Let's see some shutters on that window. Yes. I'm loving this building. It's really cool. And some supports in. Can't do those because they've got the shutters there. That's okay. No, can't reach. Scaffolding. Excellent. Do one there, and we'll leave that one. Missed it. Awesome. Should I put them under the window? Like so. No, not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. Let's get that out of there. Okay, you keep it. That's fine. Let's stick one there. Okay. Come on. There we go. Oh, you... Okay, never mind. Never mind. It's a lot of never minds. Right, I haven't done this side in terms of windows because I'm not sure if this is going to be an alleyway and things like that. So I've left these sides. I'm not sure again how close a building is going to be to this side. So we're playing a lot of this by ear, but obviously I know a building is going to be here. So which is why I've done these windows. So I got a little bit carried away and I've made these other houses and I've fallen down a hole. So, yeah, I got started on these other two properties and I think they're looking good. It's looking awesome. Okay, I'm back. So, slight change of plans. I filled in the lake because I decided to move my villager breeder to here. So, we are... Take off. Thank you. We are now where the lake used to be. So I just filled it in. Took me 30 minutes, 20 minutes. Had a load of dirt, so gave me a space to work with. The main reason why I've moved it to here and not have it there is because obviously we need to feed the villagers for breeding, and I thought 2 birds with 1 stone. We'll use our villager farm that's over there, but I think it's too far to be loaded. So that's why I've moved it to here, which plenty of all good, definitely in range. So I'm going to have to reconfigure that. So the system we have in place is it loads the carrots and potatoes into shulker boxes. So what we'll do is when there is no shulker boxes to load the stuff into, so overflow, instead of destroying the crops there, we'll redirect it to here. And then if we turn this breeder off, or if they don't want the food, then the crops will get destroyed here. So that's what we'll do with that. So we'll come to that once this is in place. So villager breeder, I'm using a Nembom design. So I'll put a link in the description to his video for that. It goes into a lot of detail, really good tutorial for that. So go check that out if you want to know exactly why certain blocks are being used and stuff like that. Didn't take very long to move these guys over here, use boats and then a load of pistons to push the boats up and then push the guys in here. So that's them in here. I think this is going to work well for us being here. I've got plans for around here and I think this will work well for what I want. Yeah, I think it will. And we're in my creative world. So I've put together a mock-up of the breeder just so I can test it out, make sure everything's all gravy. If you want to know how this system kind of works, this is on Nembom's villager breeder, so he talks about it quite in depth. So go check that out if you want to know why this is happening like this. But yeah, so it's good to see that this kind of all works. So we can show you. Baby drops down, comes along, bounces back up. Awesome. And then one of these will turn into an adult, come into this space, and move along into the next section. So that's good. That's what we want to see. So we need to do the next section. So we'll probably have it run off and then do like a little drop into a holding cell kind of thing. And then they'll sit there waiting to be transported into trading stations or whatever we want to do with them next. But what we want to do as well is work out that when there's a certain amount of adults in this space, we don't want any more coming to cause entity cramming. So we need to take a signal from this space, and what I'm thinking we're going to do is probably... Yeah, I think it's going to be this block. Piston is probably move that in. So let's get something like that. So move that block in. So when the adults grow up, they will sit in this space and then they will drown. So I think that's what we kind of want to do. And that way we can stop any entity cramming going on with these guys. And then once obviously we take one out and the amount reduces, this will depower and we'll let them back out again if there any more grows. So that's what we want to do. So we'll probably just do a pressure plate system thing here as well, and we'll probably do a minecart system that will take the villagers out of this space for when we want one. And we're back. So I got carried away. Let's pop around this way to the front. So we got our two villagers in, and we've got a water stream for the babies to go down, and I've made it 8 long, the length of a water stream, so that we can expand this if we want to. So we've got space for 6 more villager cells if we want to upgrade this at another time. So they come along, they did the little cobble wall thing there onto the soul sand, and the babies come up to this space, and then I did a 90-degree angle. So instead of it going straight this way like we were doing in the creative world, wow, brain shut off then, and words as well. So we did a 90-degree angle instead, and so they still got this block here that they stop at. Well, there technically. So they come through this way, and then we've got our sticky piston there. So let's pop around this way, and I can show you that. So we'll talk about this in a second, but when that gets powered, redstone all the way up, pushes the block into there, so that causes that suffocation right there, which was what we wanted. So, yeah, this guy kept getting in my way. Sorry. So then we have the cell that the adults stay in. So if they make it past this point, they'll go all the way along, and then they're going to drop into this space here. And then we're going to put a iron pressure plate right there. And then what that does is that gives us a entity count. It's about that's like 1 to 10, and then 10 to 20, and then 20 to 30 is going to be in that ranges in there. So about 21, 22 is when this redstone dust will power, which will then power this block, which will then move up the chain and shut that off, so no more adults can come in. So, and then when the power drops below into this one, so that one is unpowered, this whole system will unlock again, so let some more adults through. So there we go, easy peasy, he says. Let's get this out of my way. So next thing we want to do is put in our powered rails for our minecart system to grab an adult when we want it. So what we're going to do is something like that, so the minecart will glitch through. But also what we want to happen is we need to get rid of this iron pressure plate for a minute. Too much. Awesome. That's the problem with having haste. There we go, put that back right. We want this rail to be like that. So the minecart will kind of come up this way and then sort of glitch up to here, so it will grab an adult for us. Okay. Do that by hand. There we go. And now it's raining. Great. Need to keep an eye out for bad guys because they're not covered. And then we put our pressure plate in there. There we go. Easy. So let's, for now, I'll do that. There we go. So that's where they're going to be. All we need to do for the rest of this thing is get a dispenser with minecarts in. So when we call an adult, it will fire the minecart out for us, and then we can grab an adult. Okay, I've got that in, and I've also done a little bit more. I've done some testing, so I'll show you these guys, where they came from and all that in a second. But yeah, we've got our dispenser in with a minecart, so we can actually show you what happens when this goes. Takes the dude, there we go. And that's what happens. And it goes off to where we need him to go, which is brilliant. I've also started getting our iceway in place for the crops to come from our village farm. So that's going to be coming up along this ways, which is good. So we're all ready for that. And what else did we get done? I had to, in my testing, because I want the beds out the way, this is going to be hidden off from view. So I've added the other cells ready. Back to that in a second. So I've put the beds behind, so this is going to be hidden out of view. So I'm probably going to change the glass behind there, so you can't see the beds. Because I don't want beds all around here. We don't want it. It doesn't look good. But in doing so, the villagers didn't have a way to track to it, so I don't think they'll link into it. So I've added these trapdoors here, so when the babies are born, they think they can get to the beds. So they link to that, so that's how they are breeding, which is good. And then they get stuck over there, and ticks and all that happens, and then they lose interest in the bed. So it's all gravy. So that's what we're going to do, is have the beds this side. And it looks good. So yeah, so I added the other cells ready. I thought once they're in place, then that'll make it easier for us. All we've got to do is open up these trapdoors and drop them in, and we're laughing. So yeah, I think it looks good. I kind of started on a design, but it was more just to encase them so they didn't get destroyed by any zombies. We don't want that. Anything else I've done in those few seconds? No. One other thing I did do is, excuse me, mate, is I've added a repeater coming out of the block that gets powered by the pressure plate, so we can take a signal to tell us if there is or isn't any villagers waiting here. So we know whether or not to activate the breeder. So we're probably going to have a redstone lamp, excuse me, a redstone lamp somewheres around here indicating whether or not there are villagers waiting to be taken out of the system. So let's have a quick sleep while this is getting dark. Okay, dealt with that nighttime. Yeah, so the next thing I want to work on now this is taking shape, is I want to connect up our crop farm to here. That's what I think I want to do next. So I've marked out the hole where I want this to come up from, so I just need to dig that out and get some ice down in there, and yeah, bubble columns and all that stuff. So let me do that, and then once I've got this linked up, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I've got that water stream in from our crop farm, so that's bringing crops all the way up to here. And then I've also made a little like cross-section station thing that if the water source is going straight on, it will take the food to our villagers, and it will past these guys, and if they don't want anything, it will then hook back around, and then we've got a lava source right here to get rid of it all. And I'm just going to put a glass on top of that, just so that we don't accidentally go into it. And then if we've got it closed off, so we don't want the guys to get any food, then this block comes down, this block comes up, and the water stream changes this direction, so it just goes straight to the lava. So there we go, we've got ourselves a little system there. And what I can do is I'm going to have a redstone lamp, close to probably where that signal for telling us if there's villagers is going to be, so around there somewhere, telling us if the food source is on or off, and we can turn it on or off there. So flick a lever and the system will switch over. So that's how we're going to control that. So that's pretty cool. I think, to be honest, we're pretty much done in terms of this breeder system. So I think what I'm going to do is switch this round and let this kick in and see if we can get some villagers going and if I need to add more beds and those kind of things. So I'm going to do a little bit of testing that way, make sure everything's all good, and then we should be pretty much done with the breeder aspect of this system. So I've got crops coming in, so let me change this around. I don't want haste to break that. There we go. See, these guys are grabbing them. Nice, it looks like it's working. Does look like it's slowing down a tad. So I don't know if we need to figure something out with this. We're getting loads of hearts, which is good. They're not happy about something. These guys gonna? Let's turn on hitboxes. I'm hoping they're not just using up all the food and failing to breed. I'm just wasting that. Okay, I'm back. So I had to change out this front because they weren't breeding, but we finally have a baby. So that's working again. So yeah, this front side needs to be trapdoors. So I've changed that out. I've added some more beds at the back, like so. So there's 3 beds to each cell, so I can always add one more as we're going. That's no problem. But that is now producing a baby. There we go, we have one there. So I just need to keep an eye on the idea of food to make sure that they get enough food quick enough, because that might be the other problem. Yeah, that might be our other problem. So we'll have a look at how to deal with that. So we might just need to add more farming cells to our crop farm over there, which is fine. We can do that. It's not a problem. But it's working. We now have a baby again. So excellent.
Are you ready? Oh, I'm ready. Hit it. Oh my god, guys, I have missed doing this. I had so much fun making this, and I've just edited that time lapse you just saw, and that was good. I enjoyed that. I hope you really enjoyed that as well. So yeah, guys, this is my dockyard warehouse. This is going to be my storage. I haven't gone for efficiency. I've gone for looks because that's what I do, right? So we're gonna have our chests down here. Yeah, we've taken away some of our space by using these shelves and that. But like I said, I've gone for looks more than efficiency. So we're gonna have double chests. We've got 3 here. We're gonna have 3 on the top as well. So we're gonna have decent sizes. I'm kind of thinking like one room be like for stone items, so your cobbles, stones, granites, all that jazz. There may be like a woods one along with all their seeds and bushes and all that jazz. We like the jazz. And then randoms, right? But it doesn't end there because we got this upstairs bit as well. So when that down there gets a little bit full, we can branch out into up here. So we've got an upstairs storage as well. And guys, I really love this. Look, iron bars, looks like the rafters holding up the roof. I've really tried to keep here as simple as possible, being that it's a warehouse, right? And it's getting night time. Let's do a B-dubs. Hold on, B-dubs it. Let's try. So yeah, I've tried to keep it as simple as possible, in the idea that these guys wouldn't spend a lot of time making this look pretty. They just wanted somewhere to keep their stuff, right, at the docks. So they need something sturdy, and I've used these signs that kind of look like sort of like a wood cladding, just to kind of tie the wall together a little bit. And we've got the buttons that look like pins in there. I really do love how this build come out. It's not the prettiest of things, but at the same time, as a warehouse, it's pretty. I like it. I like it. I like the use of the ladders, sort of give a bit of detail on the walls and stuff like that. Guys, this is really cool. Really cool. I'm really excited. I'm not excited for the next part though. We need to go get all the shulker boxes. We need to go get all the stuff. I need to make all the chests. It hasn't ended there. No. We still got a lot to do. We need to get all the things, and then I want to sort out this floor as well. I've not done the floor yet. And I'm kind of thinking brick, and then cracked brick, and mossy brick, and stuff like that. That's what I'm thinking that they would have used on the floors to really like lock it together. That's what I'm thinking. That's where my head's at. So that's what we're going to go and do. So let me check the light level on this floor actually. Make sure we're all good. Ah, yeah. We're all good. Look, enough light in here. Perfect. Not out there though. Out here, dangerous. Right, so give me 2 minutes. Let me go grab all the shulker boxes and stuff I can find. I'm going to dump them here. And then hopefully in between all of those I can find stone to make stone bricks. And then we'll quickly do this floor and we can really add some details around here. Right, give me a minute. Okay, we're just flying back. Got the last few shulker boxes now. So let's go and pop these down out of the way. And there's still a few actual chests that have stuff in. So we'll come back and do those once I've got all these emptied and I've got some shulker boxes to play with. Yeah. So one of these actually had stone brick. And so, do you know what, guys? Do you know what I'm going to do? Let's sort out the chests, okay? And then I'll be able to find the stone bricks. And then I'll be able to do some stuff. Okay, let's do that first. I'm going to be back in a second. Avast, me hearties. I don't know what that was. Let's ignore that. Anyway, it's been a few hours, so that's probably why I'm a bit kooky now. I've done that. I've tidied up all the shulker boxes. And the chests. It's all done. Everything's tidy. Everything's here. It's actually not a lot of stuff. I'm kind of like a little bit disappointed of how much I don't have. I mean, that's my stone supply. That's my cobble supply. That's not good. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm good for dirt. Those two are full, those shulker boxes. Like, but yeah, I've not got a lot of stuff. Also, straight after, pretty much straight after, a few hours later. Anyway, I posted this episode up on Tuesday, and later that evening, UK time 7 PM, I was streaming over on Twitch, and we added these containers, and we sorted out the floor, put some barrels in here, some hangy thing. We ripped out the window and made like a winch barn door thing going on. Kind of, I think it kind of made it a little bit more detailed.
suitable for area. And I kind of want to maintain this, like I said, all the way through. So I definitely want to build a building that stretches from here. So this is sort of enclosed. We'll get rid of these trapdoors. So it's going to be kind of stretching around. And this is meant to be like a gateway into the shipyard. So basically the building I want to sort of curve around and end yay-ish around here. And yeah, so there's probably going to be some more warehouse type buildings and with a gate security section. So it's going to be one long building. I think it's going to look really cool. And it's really going to start tying this area together, which is awesome. Which is not awesome, okay, is definitely my block supply resources, things, stuff. Yeah, it's a bit dwindling. I mean, yeah, I'm okay on the cobblestone and I'm okay on stone, but I'd rather see this full, and I'd rather see a couple of shulker boxes full as well. If I have that, then I am going to be one happy guy. So I'm just flying over to where my mine is, and I just remembered that down here I started playing around with some villagers. I wanted to get myself some enchantments for a pickaxe and stuff like that. So what I've got in here is a silk touch, and I've got a mending dude, and this one was a fortune guy. So I thought I'd keep him anyway. Fortune's always going to be handy. So our next one is definitely going to be a efficiency chappy. We'll just extend this out. I probably will over the next couple episodes. I'm gonna rip this out because this was an idea I had before I had my break, and I've come back and this isn't really fitting in what I've got in mind now, this villager breeder. So yeah, we're probably gonna rip this out and we'll just have a basic one. I think I'm trying to be careful because this is spawn and I don't really want too many entities active in this area. So yeah, villager breeder and stuff like that, probably not a good idea on my world. So we're probably going to move this to another location, like completely away, where we can have lots of entities and not worry too much, which is great. Anywho, moving on the tour. Automatic tree farm thing. I cut it down and I get wood automatically. Totally not my fault. I got carried away. I dug a hole. Found a slime farm though. Well, slime chunks. So that's pretty cool. So I've got myself a few shulker boxes of stuff. So we've got 1, 2, 3 full shulkers of cobblestone and nearly a half. These two are empty, I believe. Yep. And then maybe about the same for stone. So 1, 2, 3, and a little bit. So I'm good with stone. I'm happy with where that is. And then we've got some other stuff. We've got ourselves a little bit of iron, a little bit of redstone, gold, lapis. Load of coal, found a good few amount of diamonds, which I'm good about, and then some slime, because they keep spawning in and giving me grief, so they gotta go. Diorite, because everyone likes diorite. Loads of gravel, some dirt, some just a little bit. A little bit of granite, and a little bit of andesite. So we've got ourselves a few blocks. I'm a little bit happier now. So yeah, this is going to be my little mine. And yeah, so this is what I'm going to destroy the place. Anywho, I'm going to grab all of this. I'm going to run it over to the base. I'll leave this part 1 and I'll leave that part 1 as well. We'll leave these here. They're not really full yet, and I don't think I'm going to be using much of that for the build that we're going to be doing. So they can stay here for now. That's not a problem. Anyway, let's pop over to the storage warehouse and shipyard, and then we can go through what we're going to do today. So we're here at the docks, and I've pre-planned what I'm going to be making. I tend to do this. You might notice that I tend to use wool just to sort of get a gauge on what it is I want to make. And so it's going to be quite a decent sized structure, this actually. It's going to look pretty cool. And we're going to make a walkway on the ground level, so that's why this is sort of double walled. Walled, that's tongue-tied. And these are going to have arches, big archways, so you can sort of walk in and walk under this walkway. And then on the second level, this building will actually extend to this wall position. So it's going to be a decent sized building, and then we're going to have our security house building here, and a big gateway entrance into the shipyard for obviously security reasons. So I don't think we need to introduce what's going to happen next, but let's do it anyway. Guys, are you ready for the time lapse thing? Are you ready? Hit it! So our first stop, we've flown off in a northwest direction from our island, and we come across if it comes into render distance, is our mob farm. So I was running low on rockets, which I'm using lots of just to try and get to at the moment. But we made a standard water dispenser multi-level mob grinder to get ourselves plenty of gunpowder and the other drops at the same time, because why not? And simple storage system with gunpowder on this side, and then we've got rotten flesh so that I can trade it out, and then we've got the other drops going into the shulker boxes at this end. And I kind of wanted to make this area a little bit more fancy, so I kind of made a cave, which is funny that I've made this up in the air, and I've made a cave around the storage area. So why not, right? So I've just popped up to kick this into gear just so we can see the mobs falling, and I really like the fact that we have this drop chute right in the middle here. I really like this little feature, and it entertains me, probably more than it should. So the second project that I've been working on stream was to go with the gunpowder. I needed paper also to make the rockets, so I've got myself a sugarcane farm which I've been building up underneath the marketplace, and we can slide gently into here, soft landing. And here we go. So really standard. I think this is like maybe an Impulse SV kind of design, and I've dressed it up my way, and it works. It does the thing. All we need is a storage area for it. Otherwise, these guys will break out when seen by that observer. I may change these to a clock. I'm noticing that we're getting to this point where this is all filled up, and then we're waiting for ages for this third sugarcane to grow. In this case, 2 to even get this segment. So I may change it out to a clock and just get rid of these observers altogether. The more I'm thinking about it, the more like I'm just going to change it to a clock. So that's probably something we'll do when we get this storage area in place for our sugarcane. But that's not what we're going to be working on today's episode. Today's episode is I really want to start getting this island really into a terraformed state of what I want. And it's nowhere near. I like the shape, like the size of the island, but I really want it raised up. I kind of want to have a nice cliff face going all the way around for the most part. And areas like where we have this shipyard, we'll have the cliff face sort of bend in behind it. And same thing around here, so it will kind of curve around and sort of dart around this way a little bit. Sort of creating like a bay area, which will have our shipyard in. And I want to have like a couple of these locations as well. So another one I'm thinking of is going to be for my starter home over that way. Let's fly over there and we can have a look. So same idea that the cliff is going to sort of connect to this island, this hill, and then sort of bend round this way, and then sort of maybe like a semicircle round, sort of almost cutting this area off, which will have sort of a nice gradient that we can continue maybe this pathway so we can get up to this raised island. And this cliff face will sort of come back out this way and cut around again and meet up at the front. So it's going to be a big terraforming project, and I don't nearly have enough, like not even half, not even one shulker box that I could confirm that I have resources to do even this thing. So my first thing is going to have to be, I need lots of resources. So I've designated an area that I'm going to be completely breaking up, and it's just south that way. There's a savanna desert, and past that there's a plains area, so we're just going to completely gut that as much as we need. There's nothing there. It's literally just grass, so we're going to demolish that. I've got a spare beacon that I can use, and I'm going to be back with you once I've got shulker boxes of stuff that I can use. So I kind of feel like that's going to be a good little time lapse. It's just to see me destroying an area. So hit it. Okay, I'm back from that mining mission. We got ourselves plenty of shulker boxes now. We've got 11 of stone, nearly full, of stone, and these two are like diorites and andesites and granite, and same in that one. Some ores that we found as well whilst we were going, but mostly stone for these 9, which is brilliant. And then for these 11 at the back, we've got grass and dirt, so they're going to come in real handy real soon, which is great. And then a couple of odd things that I had in my pockets and some woods that I was cutting down as well. You might have noticed as well in that time lapse in this village at the back here that I was flying around. A raid kicked off. I killed a patrol and I was like, do you know what? I kind of need some totems. So I went and did that quickly. So if you spotted that, then kudos to you. But next thing we need to do now is we need to take these all over to my island and get started with this next project. So I'm going to see you over there. Okay, I'm back. So we're at my island and I've got myself set up at our sort of staging area, and I'm actually about to head over onto Twitch and do a stream where I'm going to be doing this cliff face area all the way around. Well, at least attempting to. It might take me a couple of streams. So I'm going to kick into a time lapse of that. So when we're back, we should have the whole cliff face in, and hopefully I'll see you over on Twitch. Yeah, let's go again. Okay, I'm back from that. We've got our whole cliff face in around the whole island, and we've got our little star area at home sort of encased with this hill, and this place is going to look great once we do a little bit more terraforming and landscaping, but we'll come back to that in a second. Next thing I kind of want to work out is a pathway from down here and going back up. So we've got this path in, and I did this a while ago, so I kind of want to rip this up and lead up to the windmill just a little bit better. This was like starter blocks and stuff like that. So we've got stone and things that we kind of want to use. And I want to figure out this slope a little bit better. And yeah, I think we can make it look a little bit nicer. I think we can do some good things with it. And we can follow it around as well with our new path leading up into the main island, which is going to look great. So I'm just starting out with ripping up the old pathway, and I'm just filling in the blocks underneath, just making it a little bit easier for us when it comes to actually laying down paths. And if we have to rip it up, it's always easier to have an extra block underneath the block you're digging up. So a little tip I learned from my terraforming days back when I started. So always try and do a double layer of blocks if you can. And that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to kind of like tidy up the grass, get it looking like it's flowing through nicely, and that way we can transition the two elements together of our new hill and the windmill hill together, and it's going to look good, I think. So yeah, I'm just going to pot around with that for a minute, and we've got the old path up as well, and I think it's looking okay. They're kind of blending in nicely, which is great. So I've just put these slabs in just to try and work out that I'm happy with the slope of the path, and if I needed to pull back any of the grass blocks, then I have, and then we'll do the same thing with our new path when we get around to that as well. So I've got these texture in now, so we've got some cobblestone and we've got some coarse dirt as well, and path blocks, and we've got these wooden slabs. And the wooden slabs, kind of in my mind, I'm picturing that they've covered up potholes, and the path blocks, I like them to sort of signify mud. Being that it's a used path, it kind of lends itself well that the grass wouldn't grow very well. So I kind of like the use of path blocks, and it definitely gives it a muddy feel. I like it. Also remembering to fill in the blocks underneath where the paths blocks are, because they're slightly smaller and you'll see the things underneath. So with that cobblestone, just putting that block underneath, and same for these wooden slabs. Just so otherwise it will look a little bit weird. Your eye will catch it, and it'll just, for me, it would annoy me just a little bit. So I'm just laying down some leaves on either side of the path, just to sort of give it a bit more of a directional feel that you would walk. And eventually we're going to come back down onto these hills, and we're going to plant some trees, and we can get some bone meal down for grass, and we can get some flowers on here as well, so we can make it look like the hill was picturesque and people would stick to the path, which is kind of what we want. And we're back. So I've landscaped the hill, and I've got some standard Minecraft trees down, and I've bone milled grass around, and we've got some flowers going. For now, I'm happy with using Minecraft trees, but we'll come back in a later episode and we can do some custom trees. But they do the job for now. They kind of picture how I want the hill to look, which is looking amazing. And I really like, we've got our path place as well. And I kind of like how we're kind of cutting off from the island with this hill. And this is where we started on this island, on this YouTube series, is this corner. And I kind of like that we separated the two. I've also put some lighting in and around, just to sort of keep any mobs from spawning in this area. So that's what's underneath the carpets. And this pathway leads just to about here, but we'll come back and we'll do these final points and this path leading into the windmill as we progress through the series as well. I don't want to do the whole thing in one episode. Finally, let's just take an air view of what we've done today. So definitely I'm liking how this hill is looking. We have definitely created something that looks special, I think, in this corner. We've still got a lot of ways to go, but we've started something great, I think, for this island, especially with this cliff face as well, just to give you guys a view of what's happening with that. And we've got a lot of projects coming, and I think hopefully this kind of shows where this island is going now and this series, and I hope you're as excited as I am to see all the fantastic things that are going to be popping up over the next few months. Definitely I am. In last episode we got this cliff face going in all the way around the island, and I've now since created a massive thing there and we've started on some landscaping. This island is changing drastically. Very, very quickly, things are changing, and I'm very excited. So I want to give you guys just a quick update of what's been happening since last episode. So we've made this top, it's almost the peak of what this island is going to be at. This is the highest point, and we'll have some kind of structure up here, some kind of keep, some kind of castle, kind of building overlooking the whole island. It's going to look really good up here. It's a nice height. And then I've started to terraform in the island as well, connecting into the cliff. So we've got these massive plains coming out now. And then we can get some really good farmland attached to this windmill, leading down to our start area. And then once we've got the rest of this landscape in, terraformed and good to go, then the rest of this island's buildings and streets will really start to come in, and it's going to change very, very quickly soon. So I'm very excited for that. But the main thing I wanted to talk about straight away off the bat is this structure that we've got underneath us. If I can get to the edge and show you guys. This thing. So this mound of stone that we're trying to cover up. I have released a small YouTube video prior to this one with a cinematic of what's going on in here. So I'm just going to play that, guys, for you and get you guys up to speed. And then you'll know what that is all about. So, yeah, enjoy. this part has very quickly become my favourite part of the island. I'm really excited about how this area has progressed, and this was just off of a slight idea. I knew I wanted to have some kind of cave coming in underneath the island in this direction. I had no idea that I wanted to make this massive area, that this was what it was going to have, but inspiration sort of hit me, and I had to run with it, and I'm really glad I did, because it's amazing. It's really good. And we're going to spend today's episode in here. I really want to tidy this up, and I want to work with you guys on getting the rest of this banks in place, because thing that I noticed, okay, and this island, this series has always been about me learning about terraforming and building tactics and techniques and stuff like that, and sharing my experiences with you guys. And the thing that I've learned is that, yeah, always plan to go higher than where you think you are, because now that I've put the water in, I've covered up all the banks I put in. And I always planned the water to be this high, and when there was no water in here, I thought I'd made it high enough. So yeah, we need to get in here and we need to build these up a little bit more to probably up to where this grass is. Yeah, we got a bit of work to do in here. So that's fine. We're going to work on it together. We're going to get these banks in place. We're going to get rid of the grass. And then we're going to get these connected in, looking nice, like they're meant to be. Yeah, this place is going to look good. It's going to look good. Right, so I'm going to go get some resources. I'm going to plonk them down here, and then we're just going to get to work. Okay, I'm back. So I've got myself some resources, and then what I'm doing for now is I'm just sort of going around, sort of setting the highest part of where I want the banks to be in this area. I don't want really going up too much height, sort of looking at it now. I mean, we could go up a little bit higher, but we have to remember the slope coming down as well, and I only want the banks to be only a little bit above the water level. So I'm just sort of going around at sort of random heights, just trying to pick how high I want these areas to be, and then once I've got that in, then I can sort of make the slope, and I'm going to use dirt to figure that out, and then I can just put the sand and stones and stuff on top of the dirt just to level it all off, make it look good. So dirt being cheap and easy to use is an easy block for planning out how I want these areas to look. And then as we come around behind the ship, I was going to say boat, it's not a boat, it's a really gorgeous ship is what it is. I love this ship. I kind of want to keep it tight along here, because I want to be able to put some kind of, not a port or a sort of jetty or something like that, but definitely some kind of makeshift walkway has been put in to get onto the ship. So I want to be able to leave space for that. So this is probably going to be quite a steep area. What we're looking at is probably won't change much at all. We'll probably keep that actually stone, like it's been like an indoors cliff, if we'll call it that. An indoors cliff. So what I'm doing now is I've gone round and I've done sort of a ridge all the way along. Well, I'm happy with how high I kind of want this thing to be. If I've made dirt like that, then I'm ignoring this stone. Whereas here, I'm going to be coming up to this level, because this is where the entrance is from our cave, and I want to have some kind of like waterfall feature in here. So I kind of want the land around here to have a bit of height. So that's what we're going to do around here. And I'm just sort of making my way around now, and I'm just doing what I've done here. So I'm just sort of landscaping it out, and then when I've got it to how I kind of like the shape to roughly be, then I'm going to come back over with sand and stone, and then with the sand and stone I can really alter how fast I want how fast I want the slopes to be, what gradient and things like that. So we can, this is sort of just a guide of how we're getting started, and then we can really change things up as we're going. So I'm just sort of, to a degree, randomly placing some dirt blocks just to kind of get a general shape in of what I kind of like. So here's quite a steep drop, so let's kind of level this out a little bit. Something like this might work quite nice. That one, probably not. You have to try and imagine as well that there's going to be sand on top of this as well. So we kind of want to make sure that we're not having too steep in some places. Some places we can have the steep, and then we'll use stone instead. Okay, that's step one in, and now I've got all the dirt all around. I'm kind of happy with the shape, but like I said, this is sort of just a starting place, and as we add the sand and the stone, then we can really make it look something special. So I'm going to grab myself some stone and some sand, which I have ready in these two shulker boxes, and sand in that one. And I'm probably just going to grab a good few stacks of that. And then we'll get ourselves a few stacks of stone as well. Get rid of that. And get rid of that. Gives us a bit of space for one more stack. Sweet. Okay. So I'm just literally just going to start spamming down sand and stone. And we're literally going to try and make this place look... well, make sense, I guess, is where I'm going with this. And I think also I want to keep in mind that I want to have a mini waterfall coming out of here. So I'm probably not going to have a lot of sand immediately. This is probably going to be quite stony here, thinking about it. So I'm going to get the sand and stone in and around, and then once I've got that in, we can work on this bit together and try and see if we can figure out this nice little waterfall bit and get it flowing nicely. So I'm going to be back literally in a couple of seconds for you guys, and we can work on this bit. Okay, I'm back. So I've got the sand in. I'm just going around now sprinkling in stone, getting some like stone bits in the corners, some pockets of stone here and there. So I'm just sort of looking for where scenarios like this, where we've got a too high sand, and then I'm going to put a bit of stone in there, and it's just going to make it feel a little bit better already. And maybe we'll just do something like this, just to make it look like there's a rock formation underneath this sand, just to give it a little bit of life. I think it helps loads. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that for now. So I just want to... basically, I just want to lay down a load of stone, and I kind of want to make sure that we can have the water flowing in a really cool way. I don't know what that's going to be like. I'm just sort of winging it at the moment, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with winging it. It's not a problem. So let's just... so that's our width of the hole, right? And then what we're going to kind of want to do is guide it almost not in such a straight manner, but something like that. And then we kind of want to do almost the same. So let's grab this and bring it down here. We're going to alter this in a second. I just want to kind of make sure that I've got the right concept in my mind of what's happening. So something like that. Let's patch these in for now, see how we feel about this, and then I think we just have to sort of just let the water go, and then we'll see what happens. Let's bring some of this stone over. Like so. Okay, I guess we're just going to have to break it out and see what happens. Okay, I think I'm happy with how that's behaving. We just need to bring this in, but we'll do this part as we fix up the rest of this wall. So we just need to curl it in a little bit and figure this part out. So that's not bad, that's fine. Right, what I want to do now is I want to get quite a bit of sand deposit at the bottom of this. So let's build this up, because this is where the most of the sand is going to be brought in from the outside, from the ocean. So I just want to build up a good solid amount underneath here. So short interlude from working down in the cave. I'm just back off of a live stream where we were doing a bit more terraforming on this island, so I just wanted to show you where we've got up to and what we've been up to, and just to let you guys know, just to remind you as well, that I am on Twitch and I stream on there 3 times a week on Tuesdays, Fridays and Sundays, 7 PM UK time. And at the moment this is the main project that we're working on. This is what we're doing on the stream, so we're getting this island terraformed and ready for other projects as we come to them. We've got many things to build on here, so I want to get this land ready. And yeah, so the main part of this stream was we did this layer, this Y level, we'll call it. We did this cliff around here as well, and we added in this cliff going around, and we leveled off this area as well. So lots of things happening on stream, so come hang out and check it out. The link is in the description along with the schedule as well. It'll be great for you to come hang out as well. Okay, so we're back in the cave and I've got the waterfall in, and I'm quite happy with how it's flowing. I quite like the shape. I quite like the fact that I've got just a random stone in the middle of it as well, and that's kind of something I wanted to do that side of the entrance as well. So I kind of wanted to make it not traversable. Wording's getting through on a boat is basically what I was trying to go with that. So where the 2 drowned are randomly in a boat is we want to have a jetty where you have to get off the boat and you have to walk on a walkway that we're going to have come out through here along this edge, and it's basically going to come up to probably around here. So we've got a nice walkway area that we can get onto this ship with, and that's what I kind of want to work on next. So for now, this area, this sort of all grass going into this cave wall. This area, we're going to kind of put on pause for the minute. And I want to get this walkway in, just make it a bit easier for us getting in and out as well, and make it a bit more fun. So I'm going to work on that for a couple of minutes, get sort of a general shape in, and then when I come back, I may have a lot of it done, maybe all of it, maybe some of it, we'll see. See you in a sec. Okay guys, I'm back. So I've got this walkway in, and I've got some posts to sort of hold them up. Quiet guys, I'm talking. And I'm really liking how the shape of this is looking. I need to come through and do these trapdoors all the way along because I only really got up to here. I was just sort of playing around to make sure I kind of like the idea of it, and I really do. I like the randomness of the heights and stuff like that as well. It was really cool. Really good. I like it. I also did come through and I swapped out some of the blocks for like slabs and stairs just to, as much as I wanted this to be jarring and claustrophobic walking through, I didn't want it to be a case of you're bumping against things all the time. So I've just swapped out some stairs and some slabs here and there just to make it a little bit simpler to walk through, but it still gives a nice claustrophobic feel. So I'm happy about it. I'm really happy about it. As we come out into the main cave, then the walkway bends round over the waterfall. So we're the waterfall just here. It takes a nice right turn and curves all the way around to the left-hand side of the ship. If that's the front? Yeah, I think the left. Right? Port side? Near side? I don't know. You might have to let me know in the comments what this side of the ship would be called. So as we come round to here, and we've got a walkway here, I kind of toyed with the idea of maybe putting a plank across the walkway to get across to it, and I kind of like the idea of just jumping across. I'm so glad I didn't fall then. I might need to put like some stairs or some kind here, or maybe just a couple of trapdoors actually, that'd be a nice idea. Just so that we can get up onto this ledge and do a jump over. I kind of like that idea of having to make you jump. I do like that. So the next thing I need to do really quickly is I'm just going to chuck in a load of trapdoors and just rough up this walkway so it's just not very clean. We want it to have a bit of an aged, patched up look. See, like here, getting stuck here. So that one probably mix out with stairs. Maybe. See, it's a bit of a better feel already. So that's something that I was just trying to do, is keep that in mind around there. I don't want to get stuck on a block. I want to be able to keep movement going. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to swap out these torches for lanterns as well. And then we'll see how we look. See you in a second. Okay, I'm back. So I've got these trapdoors in, and I've got some lanterns around, and I've checked like the light levels as we've gone around, and it's just enough lit up, which is what I want, because I still want to keep that dark feel in here. And I'm really liking how this walkway is and looking. We can get onto the boat, and then we can get back off the boat. Ship. It's a ship. Sorry, it's a ship. And this is awesome. I'm really, really happy about this. I'm really excited about how this has turned out. This is looking really good. And we're definitely going to have to think of some more things to fill into this cave. We can't just leave it as this. I kind of want reasons to come in here. Other than looking at this ship, we're going to have reasons to come in here. And it's going to be really exciting. So I'm not going to be able to finish these parts today, so that's going to be on the next video, along with whatever project that we get up to as well. But I'm really liking how all this has turned out. This is looking so much better. It's got such a much better height. We need to do some kind of lighting things. We're going around as well, so we can get rid of the torches, hide them. And I'm so happy we've got this walkway in as well. But like I've been saying on my streams, peeps, if you've managed to come in and hang out, that this is not just going to be a 1-2 episode or stream. This is going to take a little while to get this cave project finished. I want to do it right, and I want to get it looking good. So I'm happy with what we've got accomplished in today's episode. For today's episode, we are going to be working here. So in this place, I want to make a gatehouse, and we got this area ready on our last live stream. We've got this all terraformed up and ready, and that's the whole point, is that we're getting this island terraformed ready. So as we've got areas sorted, we can get some buildings in. I need to eat something. I am starving. Can't even run. So what I want to do is, like I said, is make a gatehouse, and it's not necessarily going to be a fortified island, but I still feel like we could use a really nice gatehouse here. Considering that we're going to have a bridge coming into the island, the gatehouse kind of lends itself nicely. I'm not entirely convinced that I'm going to be following this angle here for the bridge, if I'm honest, and this island will probably disappear as well. I'm kind of looking at it thinking that maybe what we'll do is we'll just come straight out. This is when we come to making the bridge. This isn't today. I'm just thinking out loud. Stick with me. So when we come straight out, and we're probably going to do like a 45-degree turn that way or something and then connect up there. So that's probably what we're going to do. But yeah, definitely a gatehouse of some description here. I think it's going to look really, really cool. Okay, so I've placed down some wool just to try and think up of a design that I like, and I'm really liking how this is working out. So we're going to use our imaginations together whilst I try to describe what's happening here. So this is going to be our main entrance in, and the bridge is basically going to lead up into this section. So that's going to be the wall of the bridge. That's going to be the wall of the bridge, and that's going to be the wall of the bridge. There we go, we did it. And this is going to be the gate entrance here. And then they'll just walk through this section and they come out here. So we'll probably have some kind of like windows and guard stations and stuff in here. I want to keep this sort of a secure tunnel, and we're going to have a really nice building around this. We're going to have some kind of like overhanging windows so we can like overlook things. I don't really want to make it a fortified building. I kind of want to be in keeping with our theme. I just generally want it to be some sort of gatehouse, maybe just checking people who are coming in. And what we're going to do as well, which I think is going to look really cool. I might have to go into Spectate for this one so you guys can really see what's happening here. On the side of this building, and we're going to have this on both sides where this blue wall is we're going to have the building actually extend all the way down. And we'll have to do a bit of terraforming here, obviously. But I kind of want to have like a little boat marina for like patrols and things like that. And then what I was thinking as well is that when we come to do the bridge, we'll maybe have one about here so that people who are coming to visit the islands can maybe like depart boats, and then they'll be able to walk way up, and then they can join up on the bridge and then continue walking in. So I think that looks really cool. It looked like it's kind of like hugging the end of the island, sort of just encapsulating it. So I really like that idea. I'm going to go with it, and I'm going to see how it turns out, and hopefully it looks all right. So I'm going to come back in a second when I start getting some logs down, and a little progress update for you. Okay, I've got a few logs down and I'm liking the shape. I just wanted to give you a quick look at how we're getting on, and I'm incorporating the little like step out bits that we have on these buildings over here. So we're still keeping the theme in place, and we'll probably do similar roofs on this thing as well. And yeah, I think I'm just going to use stone bricks maybe for this tunnel. I'm not too sure yet. I'm not too sold yet on what I'm doing with this tunnel section, whether I want it just to be a complete solid brick tunnel or what just yet. So this one will probably take shape as we get on. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Okay, so I have the rest of the frame in, and I'm really liking how this is looking. We've gone all the way down to the bottom base area of where the floor is going to be here, and we've done the same on the other side as well, running along. So that is ready. We're probably going to terraform the island out to sort of connect up against the back of this building, and then obviously we need to do a bit of terraforming underneath the main structure as well, and same over here, we need to bring the island out to connect up to here. So that's what we'll do once the building is finished. But I think we just need to get on with getting this thing actually built. We need the walls, we need the roofs. So I think this is a key time to just go into one of those time-lapse little clips and have some fun. So sit back and enjoy. See you in a second. And there we have it. There's the gatehouse in place, and I think it's looking really good. I'm really happy with it. I'm really happy with the color choices as well, and the style of build. I feel like we're in keeping with the island style, and the fact that all the buildings seem to have that color splash in them. So I'm really happy that I've done that on this building as well. And I like the transition colors there between the two blues. Apparently these are blues, but they look purple to me, just saying. And I really like the yellow for the main house as well. So we need to get the main tunnel in that people come in through. And then obviously we need the rest of the actual interior done. But that will come as we go through the episode. I need to get some staircases going down into there, which is how we're going to access the sort of patrol boats or marina, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, really happy with it, really happy with it. A few things I need to change. I'm going to rip off these weird overhang window eyebrow things. I'm not really happy with them. They're a bit bulky, so I'm going to take them off. And we need to add a few more details here and there. So I'm going to add some bits and I'll be back with you in just a sec. Okay, so I've got some more detail in, which I'm really liking. We've got some fence posts in to sort of just cover up the corners a little bit, just to soften them. We've got some fence gates in that sort of look like they're supporting the roof a little bit. And we've got some trapdoors up just to break up the walls, just to break up the colour a little bit. And they kind of look like they're those wooden planks that support a wall together. I'm just going to do these slabs that are overhanging the window because I feel like that's all it needs. It doesn't need any more than that. I've also got the tunnel in for our entrance onto the island, and nothing in on these sides. I've just leveled off the floor so we don't fall and die, apart from this bit, because there's just a massive hole here. So I've just covered that up, so that's not going to kill us. I haven't done this side. I just wanted to show you what I did the other side and how it's looking, and the night is on its way. Panic. I've also gone and put in a part of the bridge. And this was just so I could kind of see how it's looking as we enter in. And I'm really liking this. I'm liking how I've extended the bridge out at the last minute, which means that we can put some storage boxes and things and just look like some things have just been dumped down. Just give it a little bit of life and activity. I'm going to quickly sleep. The night's coming. That's better. I've also gone ahead and added a little thing. Port. Marina. Dock, words, and a little bit of land as well, just to give this a bit of life down here. We'll probably put some boulders and things like that. I need to get some boats down here. So yeah, things are taking shape. I'm really happy with it, how it's going. Still plenty to do. The next thing on the list to do is I want to add the details from this side onto the other side, so I'll do that in just a sec, which means we can get rid of these horrendous window overhangs. And then the next thing I want to do after that is I've peeled back this hill a little bit because I was feeling a little bit claustrophobic, so I'm going to do the same here a little bit. And then I just want to get some trees in. I want to start getting some life around here, and then I want to start getting rid of these torches as well. So my goal is by end of episode to at least about here, I want this part of the island pretty much complete, which means doing the floor as well. So we've got quite a bit still to do, so I'm going to get on with that. So it's going to be a bit of a jump cut with this being done, and hopefully a bit of life around here as well. So see you in a second. Okay, so I've done a bit of work on the bridge side of things. I've added a bit of a cluttered area on each side. I really like it. It gives a bit of life. And I've also made these street lamps, and I think they look quite good. They give it a little bit of detail, and I mean, you would have lamps of some kind, right? We've got to light this place up. I mean, I'm doing torches underneath carpets, you know, that old trick. But we got to make it look like there's lighting around. So I'm kind of liking the street lamp idea, and a couple of torches as well on the actual build. I've gone ahead and sort of replicated the bridge in an opposite way on the other side of this gatehouse, where we have this bridge wall sort of extending outwards, kind of like a funnel. So if you're walking up to this, then you kind of get funneled in, and then we've got our street lamps as well. So I like the idea. I've got the details on this side as well. We've got rid of the horrendous window thing that we will never speak of again, and I'm liking it. It's looking good. Okay, so I've gone ahead and I've just ripped out this whole path, this whole floor, because I did it a while ago, probably about a year ago actually, thinking about it, and it's not really serving its purpose at the moment. The idea that it sort of dips so low into like a really random sort of valley these cliff facings on each side. It was really odd. So I've ripped it up and I've just softened the gradient down, so it just looks like a more natural hill with a bit of a steep incline. So I'm really liking this now. So the next thing I need to do is just get a path in that really fits this gradient and gives us a bit of space to obviously do stuff down here, because this is quite a wide area. So maybe some kind of maybe we'll get these lamps. Oh, maybe we'll get one of these lamps in the middle here as well. So kind of dotted them around, and then we've got this still central section so people can go that way or carry up to the market. I like that. Right, I'm gonna get this path in and then get some more lamps in. See you in a sec. Oh, so much better than what we had before. So much better. I'm really liking this whole entrance into the island, and I'm liking these lamp posts as well for our street lamps. Fits really nicely. I like this central thing. We might end up having maybe a bit of a flag or something. Might extend this up a little bit, make a bit more of a feature of it, being that it's in this sort of like square. Maybe we'll try and put some signs up saying what's that way and what's that way. That might look quite interesting actually. But I'm really liking the style now that we're taking with this flooring. I'm going mostly just stone because, one, that's the cheapest thing that we have to hand, and kind of makes more sense that we would have carved out the floor into the stone, and some bits just got patched up here and there. So I think I'm liking that. It's a very simple floor, but it works. It looks good. It's not over textured. It works for me. I like it. And now we've got a really nice slope into the gatehouse and a really nice slope into the market. So our final thing, like I said, I wanted to get done in this episode, is I wanted to get these areas here looking on point. So that's kind of the main thing that we need to do right now. And I feel like we're going to have to jump into a classic Ginger Ninja time-lapse cinematic for this, because I'm looking forward to this part. This is going to be good. Enjoy. So we did a live stream literally the day before I started recording all of this, and we quickly put together a wall farm because I like to use wool for planning my build, and I have none. I'm pretty much scrapped for wool, so we quickly put one together. We've got all the colours going now, and this thing is cranking out pretty quickly for us. Thank you. So it's doing... Oh, hello. So it's doing alright. It's doing alright. It's not been running for very long. Literally the other day we had the stream and I've not been on here since. Oh no, I've got some supplies going on in there. All the stuff that's fell into the hoppers. So yeah, so this is now running for us, which is great. And then we got rid of this manual sheep's wool farm thing going on behind here, and all these guys are just roaming everywhere. So I might cleaning them up for just a second. Back in a sec. So now that I've taken care of that, we can get on with today's episode. What I want to do today is I want to work on this marketplace. This is long overdue, and I'm not really liking these market stalls. The buildings really need finishing. So yeah, we've got lots to do in this area. We've been terraforming as normal on live stream, so we've got a decent size plot. It's really taking a lot of shape around here, which is great. So what I want to do is I want to rip down these market stalls. The buildings sustain. I like the buildings, but the market stalls are going to go. And then we're going to plan out some buildings like where I want them to go. And then hopefully we'll have a better grasp on what I want to do in this area. So I'm literally just going to rip this all down. And then I'm going to plonk a load of wall down. And then we can see what we've got. Okay, I'm back. So I've pulled out all these market stands and it's given us sort of a blank canvas with these buildings now. So I'm going to do this in just a second. I'm going to tidy up and make these look a little bit better. But I just wanted to show you the buildings planned that we've got. So I'm alternating between orange and blue just to separate what's going to be a building and then the next building and then the next one. And then we come around this way and we've got some more buildings here, and I wanted to leave some areas for like alleyways. I wanted to keep that in mind as well, that would always be a thing between buildings in cities and towns. We would have alleyways. I've also gone ahead and planned with red wall some streets, so some future streets. We've got one going this way, and then we're going to have one here. And the reason I've double stacked these is to show that this is going to be a bridge that's going to curve round, and that's how we're going to get up to this higher area at a future date. I'm not going to do the bridge today. I'm not even going to do the streets today. I'm focusing on the buildings and this market area. And then we've got a building set out ready here. And then again, our street takes a turn this way, and we've got some more buildings planned this side. So this whole buildings I've got planned now at the moment is what's going to be the market area. So we're going to get some market stands and stuff dotted around and make it look like an actual market. Yeah. Okay, so next thing I want to do is I want to work on the front of these buildings and get them up to standard. Okay, I'm back, and these are looking amazing now. A little bit of green, and it's just made them all feel alive, these buildings. Such a difference having these window stands. I really like this. I really like it. It's making this town centre pop, which is what I really, really like. Because I really liked the building styles, and now these are literally like the cherries on top of the cakes. These little window stands and little bits of green and the berry bushes. I've gone ahead and I've added wall on the inside of the windows just because I don't really do interiors, and I don't plan on doing every single interior of the buildings on this island. That's going to be a bit much. There'll be some that I will do, but for the majority I will probably just black out. And I did try coal, but it was just a little bit too dark, so I've gone with a grey wall. And I kind of like it. I like it. Obviously, if you look very closely, you can tell that the wall's there, but if you're just walking through, it's nice. And when it was all open, you could see the inside of the buildings. I didn't really like it, so I think that solves that problem. I think the one thing, though, that this square is missing, apart from obviously the market stand, is a flagpole. I feel like we need a flagpole right in this centre. It deserves it, right? And there we have it. I think that looks great. Got the Ginger Ninja red and orange. Obviously have to, right? Have to. But I think this is just the thing that this town centre needed. The other thing I think I want to do as well is I want to add a stony design on the floor. Nothing over the top, but I just feel like it needs it in this centre section of this market, seeing as how when the royals of this place, when they're travelling up to there, would cross through this marketplace. So I kind of feel like this needs some kind of design on the floor. It would be fitting. So I'm going to try and put that together, and then we're going to start some work on the market stands. And I'm back. So I've just got off of a live stream where one of the jobs that we tackled was this floor. So we just got a simple like circular design going on and some square blocks in the middle, so nothing amazing, because end of the day the majority of this is going to be covered up with market stands, but I just felt like this area needed something a little bit different than just a standard stone floor textured up, and I think it works really great. I've kind of figured a direction that would take the most footfall, so that we can get the most like wear and tear. So we've got some more crap bricks and coarse dirt and gravel, so this is where the most of the damage is taken, just because I kind of imagined in my head that this would be the direction that the people that run this island would take, and like just makes sense that the rest of the population would also probably take those directions as well. I'm going to fill up these areas with market stands, so this kind of leaves this open, so it makes sense in my head at least. Also down here, one of the other jobs that we tackled was, or started to tackle I should say, is the windows on these houses. Now this was long overdue, and since I tackled up there all those buildings, we had to make a stand down here as well and start figuring out these, because these oh my god, they look so good now with these window boxes. It just makes this street feel so much more alive. I really do like it. We haven't done all of them. We still need to come back, so we need to finish the roofs on these things. So stuff is happening on stream. If you want to come hang out and while we tackle these little projects as well, these little side things that need updating as we continue our journey. Ladies and gentlemen of Minecraft, I give you market stands. Wow, this thing is looking good. I am liking this market stand with every little step that we're taking. It is looking better and better. And I wanted to show you quickly over here just the general setup I did for these market stands of how I made them. So we've got barrels for the four corners, and then we've got slabs, and then we've got a trapdoor as how we would get in and out. And then we got two fence posts on each corner to bring up the roof that we'll be covering up with, and then I've got fence gates just going around as well, like a trim, just to help hold up the cover on top of the market stands. And these things look so cool. I put campfires on the ends as well, so it kind of looks like they're the beams going across as well. And then we've got some banners on the back, so it looks like it's draping over the corner. These look so good. They fit so well in this marketplace. They really do. And I've taken this one a step further, where I've made it one block deeper, and I've added sort of like a furnace, smoker, oven at the back. So this is like a little food stand. I really like it. So I'm going to have to do something like that eventually with each stand, make them purpose for each kind of thing that they're selling, what they're doing, and I really like it. So I've even got some food in there. You never know. You never know when I'm going to need some. But these are looking really great. So I need to update these. I just wanted to show you the step-by-step I took. Really simple design. Really happy with them. They work really well. I like it. So now that we've got all that in place, the next thing I want to work on is I want to get these buildings in so that we can really tie off this market square, this central market area. And I think it's going to be time-lapse. This is going to have to be a Ginger Ninja time-lapse. Sit back, enjoy. Oh, and turn it up. But in today's episode, I want to go back to the depths. I want to work over in there. We've not been over in the cave for a while, so I think it's about time I became pirate captain. That's right, guys. We are going to be working down in the caves, and we are going to be doing some pirate stuff. So let's go and have a look over there, and I can show you what it is that we're going to be doing today. Now, as pirate captain of this island, in this underbelly of this seedy place, we need a lair. And we've got the boat, we've got the ship, and we've got the area that will become the lair. But it's not a lot going on, really, is there? There's not a lot of places for me to have meetings with my minions, for me to store all my plunder. Yeah, we need some stuff. We need some places. We need some things. I look like I've got angry eyebrows with this helmet on. That's better. So that's what we're going to be working on today, is in here, and we're going to be making this a pirate's lair, because it kind of just has to be at this point, right? Right? And stage 1 of this is I actually want to punch out this wall. Not really punch it, because we'll be here for a while. But I want to knock out this wall, and I want to make a meeting area. So I want to have quite a large cave area around here, and with rooms then coming off of that would lead to different places and doing different things. Yeah. Right, okay. So first thing I need to do is, because the other side of this wall is this villager breeder, which is just not working. They all died. Well, it's not villager breeder, it's actually a trader, I think it was. Was it a trader? I think it was a trader. Anyway, they're all dead in there anyway. The only villagers I've got is these dudes in this system and in this room. So there's literally nothing going on here. So we're going to rip this out, and then we've got the space out here that we're going to use. So I'm going to rip that out, and I'll be right back. And just like that, that is gone. It's always nice to rip down something old and get the resources back. I do enjoy that. Oh, that's good to see. So yeah, the system is now gone, which is great, and a few beds in the corner, which I'm not too worried about. They can despawn, whatever. We've got sheep farms, all good. So the next thing I want to do is I'm just going to get some blocks, and I'm just going to place out an area of what I want this to look like. I'm probably going to get some wool, maybe purple today. Maybe purple is our planning block today. And I'm going to work out some directions to different rooms of future potentials. And yeah, then we can go from there. Right, okay, I'm going to do that, and then I will be back in a second with you. See you in a sec. And there we go. So I've got a sizable room out figured. I think this is decent size. We don't need to go too big, because we're going to have rooms coming off, so this doesn't need to be a massive thing. Room potentials. Okay, so going down this way, eventually we're going to have our villager trader down here. I don't know if we'll get to this today, but that's probably where that's going to go. I don't know if it's going to be this shape or anything, but that's just kind of where my mind was going with planning. Going up this way is probably where we're going to have, these guys kind of system waiting to be pulled out is going to probably be around here, and then maybe a future villager breeder will be around there somewhere. So that's kind of what I'm funky feeling. That's what I'm feeling with that, is that the villager sections of stuff is going to be in this general direction. And then obviously we've got our sheep farm back there, so we will probably just come off of this way in some fashion, and then we're going to have a room coming off this way, which will probably end up making into a little plunder room, our treasure room, stuff and things. Yeah, that'd be cool. But the main things I want to work on definitely today is this room. So we want to get this cave built. We want to get it decked out for the pirate captain. Okay, pirate captain needs his meeting room. This is the meeting room. And then pirate captain needs his quarters, his captain's quarters. So what I'm thinking, okay, is because this area is bare, something up there, right? We're going to go out this way. Then we're going to pop out here onto some kind of rickety bridge of some kind. We're going to be going round the back of the cave, and then we're going to be coming out here, and then this is where the captain's quarters is going to be. And I've got a really special idea of what's going to go there. So I'm not going to let on anything up until the point we make it, because that's going to be amazing. So I need to make this room. I need to make this path, and then that, and then that. So we've got a few things that we need to do. So first thing is I need to do this room right here, right now. And there we go. So as if by magic, we now have a cave. And I think it's a decent size for things I'm going to put in here, which we'll do for the episode. So yeah, I like it. Kind of same idea of what I did in this room, but obviously at a much smaller scale. So there you go. I've left this open so I actually have a way into this place a lot easier than having to go all the way through there at the moment. Going this way, I've got this in place as well. Got some stripped dark oak, dark oak. Spruce logs sort of looking like they're holding this thing up, so I really like that idea, so I'm probably going to put a few of them in here as well when we come to decorating this. I'm also going around putting some torches down in like the item frames with slabs, so it looks like holders. I like that idea. Very nice, I like it. Although I've run out of iron frames, so yeah. Anyway, at least I've selected areas for them to be, so I just need to put the iron frame and the slabs, and then we're good. And then we have our bridge to B, that's going to be here, and then this is going to go around the back way to there. So we've got to put a cave here as well, and we need to do the bridge, and then we need to do the captain's quarters as well. So project is moving along nicely in terms of things being built. We just have a lot of decorating to do as well. So we're getting there. But right now, I think it's time, Angry Eyes, I think it's time to hit that music, sit back, enjoy this time lapse whilst we get that bridge made, the cave made, and then the captain's quarters. See you in a second. We got ourselves a second ship. This one's kind of stuck inside the cave, but I really like it. We've got a good view of our entrance, and we've got a good view of sort of the boat into the cave area from here as well. And and we've got the partial parts of the ship under here as well. So we've got this deck, and we've got this deck as well. So I really like that. I might add some stuff in here as we go, but for now I'm happy with that. And I've also got a space up here leading onto the top deck. So I might actually come through with some armor stands and get some like pirates up here, almost like sentries. Just keeping an eye on the entrance, keeping an eye on things. Like this is going to be our pirate utopian lair. So we need to get some activity and life in here. And I really want to play around with armor stands. So yeah, I want to see what I can come up with. As we leave the crashed ship. Yeah. So this is going to be the captain's quarters. We'll get like a desk and stuff in here. And I mean, yeah, fine. Like the sentries have to go through here, so maybe less his cabin and more office. We'll go with more the captain's office, and we can make our way through the cave. Wherever I've got this purple wall, eventually we'll break out into a doorway that leads to other places. So this is going to eventually lead to a marketplace. So we'll have some secret entrance around there somewhere, so we can get into here. So I kind of like the idea that these pirates are spread out all over this island, all over the place. So yeah, they need the secret entrances and exits. We've got our hanging bridge, and you would have seen in the time lapse I wasn't quite happy with how it was hanging, so I ripped a bit back, and I kind of like it now. I like the angle of it. It feels good. I like it. I'm really happy with it. So I'm happy with the bridge. We've got our walkway cave from just before, and then we're down into our meeting area. So what I want to work on now, just quickly off camera, because it might take me a little while, it's going to be armor stand stuff, is I want to get a decent amount of stuff in here, see what I can come up with, and then I will be right back with you. And I'm back, and I made a room. I really like this. I really like this. This is definitely going in the right direction. I like all the little attention to details and things that we're adding in this place, like a shield just propped up against the chair. And we've got some stuff cluttered on the table. Oh, this is looking really good. I'm really happy with this. Lots more still to do, but let's talk about what I have got. So I've got some golden nuggets. I'm trying to do like coins, like pirate coins. So I've only got a few there now. But I want to do a load more spread around all over this place. And then we've got some swords that are sort of miniaturized into daggers holding this map down, which is really cool. I'm really happy with that. We've got a few weapons on the table, just cluttered on top of each other, and I really like the angle of this top sword. I think I've nailed that down. It looks really good. And then we've got in works a tablecloth that's going to be going across diagonally, sort of slightly that way. So yeah, lots of things happening in this room, going all the right direction. Still lots more I need to add. I like this pirate captain king chair thing. I hate the banners on it though. I hate how banners don't really connect to stuff. Really annoying. But we'll probably do something like this, and then we can make. I was basically going for like a red cloth draped over it. I just liked how that moved, but it doesn't connect. But I just wanted to show you on there that I've tried banners and it's a no. So we'll be taking them off and doing something like this. But I really like how this is working out. I'm liking the chandeliers. I'm liking that we're missing some of the lamps on it as well. Or lanterns, I should say. I'm not a fan of the plant pots as cups. I'd really like to have sea pickles. I believe sea pickles look better as cups. But for the life of me, I can't find a biome that has them. So I need to go scouting for it anyway, because I want to get some sea pickles in the bottom of this lake cave, just to light up the bottom in there, in some spots here and there. So I do need some sea pickles, so I'm going to have to go on an adventure at some point. But I just wanted to show you where I'm getting with that, and I'm really happy. Still lots more to do, like I said. But the next thing I want to do is I want to expand on the utopian lair that the pirates have, and I've put down some campfires for now as like points of interest. So I've done a bit of terraforming just to sort of level off some areas as well. But what I want to do is I want to add some more walkways around here, maybe some doubled. Maybe here we'll have like, you go up a ladder, you got another level, go up a ladder, you got another level, is how you get into the boat. So kind of things like that. I just want to make more areas for pirates to be and be able to live is what I want. So I'm going to go and do that, and I'll be back with you in literally just a sec. And there we go. So I've got these walkways in, and I really like them. I really like them. It feels like a whole structure around here. I've added some logs to sort of look like it's helping to keep the boat up. So let's go over here and have a look at what we've got. So we've got a walkway level here with ladder, so we can get out, in and out. But some safety rails, I know. Pirates, safety first, right guys? Safety first. And then we've got a ladder leading to a top section. I've got some ideas of what I want to put in these areas, so we'll get to those as we come. The walkway extends along this way with some free items, thank you very much. Leads over to our little campfire section here, and again we'll do some little like guys just chilling around the fire, I guess. Same over there and same over there. So little pockets of areas of guys just chilling out. Under here we'll do some as well. And pop up a level. More free stock, amazing. So we've got another level here, we'll go up another level again, and then we've got a little walkway here, and then we got up one more level, and then this is how we get into the boat. So I'm going to put a door on here, but this is the bottom of the boat here, and this is how we get in and out. So I like how it's all tied in. I like how we're sort of weaving in and out to get to things. I like it. They're making use of the space that they've got. I really like it. I really like it. This cave is definitely taking more and more shape in a direction I'm really happy with. I never actually planned on making a pirate's cave, but just because the ship and then the landscaping of this, it just kind of lends itself that it needs to be pirate's cove, pirate's cave, a lair of some kind. So I'm really happy with the direction we're taking. I've also gone around and I've slabbed up with sandstone slabs so we can make some nice dark areas as well. Made it to episode 23 without an XP farm. So I solved that this morning. First thing I did is I've got this farm sorted, and this is by Shulker Craft, so I'll put a link in the description to that video because it's incredibly simple and really, really effective. I've turned these guys down so it shouldn't be too loud. These are just one hit. So much XP. So much XP. So I think what I'm actually going to do very quickly is still going. Wowzers, is I'm gonna get all my shovels fixed up because I think it's the shovels that are the worst. Yeah, these are things that are about to go. So I'm gonna get these fixed up, and then we will have XP fixed things, and then we can actually get on with today's episode. Okay, so that's all fixed up, which is brilliant. And I've also gone around and I've added a rail all the way around just so I don't fall off. It's more for my own safety. And I've put a block of obsidian here, so any shulker boxes that I'm breaking, I don't accidentally break the stone underneath and then it falls to the void. So that's just a little safety feature, mainly for myself. At the moment, everything falls into this chest, all the ender pearls, so I don't know if I'm going to go to the lengths of making a eject system, because it is just my world, so I might just be lazy. And what I'm thinking is I'll just break out the chests, and if they fall, I'll just put some new chests in. I might just do that. I might do. It's quicker, it's simpler, it's done. So, yeah, over time we might get like an enchanting station and stuff set up over here, but that's things that will come as we go. But right now, I want to head back to base, and I want to get on with today's episode. So on today's episode, if it hasn't given it away already, like with the thumbnail and the title, we're going to be working on this bridge. So we're going to extend this all the way around, and we're going to connect to this mainland here. And then we're also going to get the bridge in for getting to this top layer. So that's going to be coming from here. So we're going to get that bridge in, and we're going to get the other bridge in. So this could be an episode of 2 bridges. That's what we're going to do. So I think the first couple of things I need to do is I want to get this terraformed land in underneath where this bridge is going to go, because then I know how the bridge is going to sit on it. So I know how it's going to kind of traverse the terrain. Probably the best way to figure it out. I don't want to put the bridge in and then work the terrain around it, because that's not how in life that would happen, right? There would be the world, and then we would build things on the world. So that's what I'm going to do first, is I'm going to get this in, and then I'm probably going to get some wall down just to sort of plan the angle and height and all that stuff. So I'm going to work on this one first before we go on to that bridge. So yep, this, and then I'll be right back. And I'm back. So I've got a lot of terraforming in. This was probably a good evenings, just chilling, just placing blocks. It was a good time, good time. I think I watched a movie while I was doing that. I can't remember what the movie that was, though. So I've got this terraformed land in. We haven't gone all the way around. Still got this bit to connect up here and on the other side as well. But it's given us a sort of idea of how the bridge is going to interact with the land, which is really good. A little bit still to add there where that final bit of the bridge is. But let's have a look at this, the slope, the gradient of the bridge. We'll go with the gradient, the height change. So I'm trying to keep it nice and wide as like the other bridge is. We don't want to be smaller than the other bridge. I mean, this is the main one up to the top, so we want to keep the same width. I might work on this angle here. This is a little bit too much of a 45-degree angle change, so we'll just try and make it a bit smoother, I think. And then as we're coming up, we come to sort of like a platform area. So I don't know if this is going to extend all the way down, or if we're going to kind of like curve it in. So this one I'm going to kind of play around with this like square bit at the top here, how this is going to interact with the land. But it gives us some opportunities to kind of think up some nice ideas. So I'm liking this. I'm really liking this. Let's pop over to my creative world, where I've been sort of trying to figure out how I want the bridge legs, supports. I really need to learn these terminologies if I'm going to build these things, right? Welcome everyone to my less used creative world, but more one of my most important ones. This is one of the worlds where I actually planned out my Lost Temple build. So this is where I got the blocks together and I figured out what it was going to look like. And fun fact for you, I nearly went with this design. This was like early work in progress. This is kind of the route I was going down, and then I didn't really like where it went, so we changed it up. And I'm really happy with how that turned out. So yeah, little card in the top right for you if you want to go check this out, because that was fun making that. I enjoyed that. Lots of interesting block choices. But anyway, we're here to talk about bridges. And I've come up with a few ideas of how I want the bridge to look and interact as we go higher. So we're going to have our archways, which then connect to the leg supports for the bridge. And if the bridge is at a like angled sloping part, then obviously we'll have one bit lower and one bit raised. So that's how that is going to look, like that. Then we got the actual support of the leg, and I'm liking this design. I'm liking that we're playing with depth as well, so it makes it look a little bit less flat, which I like. I like that a lot. And then obviously if we're at a sloped part, then this would be angled as well, so it wouldn't just be flat. So I'm liking that. I'm really liking that. And then also we have this extra bulk bit if this bit doesn't reach the floor. So we'll determine how many blocks we will have like in between this part and the floor. And if it doesn't reach the floor, then we'll add this bulk section. And basically this part here is this part here. So that's how those two interact. Obviously this bit here in between these would be the longer, I don't know, maybe 6 blocks, 10 blocks, something like that. This is how the bottom part of it will look. And then we'll have these indented bits in between. So I'm liking where this is going. I think this is a really good design. I like it. The only problem is that I now need a lot of basalt. And I don't have a lot of basalt. So I think this is now going to be a basalt generator is what we're going to have to do next. So let's pop over to the real world, the overworld, the play world, my world, that world, and we'll go get a basalt generator in place because we're going to need probably a lot. See you over there. Okay, I'm back. So we have a basalt generator in place, and They're really, really simple. If you don't know about basalt generators, these things, they're so easy. They're so simple. So what we have is we've got soul soil, okay? And then in the block sort of diagonal, I don't want to break it out because there's lava there, is lava. And then in this direction, we have blue ice. And what happens is that the lava connects to the blue ice, so it runs over. And as that connection happens over the soil, it turns into basalt. So what we can do is with a haste beacon as well, we can literally just almost AFK like this and get all our basalt. Yeah, some's falling into the lava, but for how much is quickly respawning back in, it's no drama. And yeah, really, really good system, really simple, and we've got pretty much good amount of basalt. That is all we need, so brilliant. So I've got the bridge walkway in, and I wanted to make sure that I had like a decent slope for the path that you would actually walk on before I put the bridge in, and then tried to work that out. So I've got this in place, and I think I like it. I don't have a problem with it. I did have to take out the other market stand that was here because it was just getting a little bit claustrophobic around here, and I didn't really feel like we had space that was big enough for entering into such a grand bridge. So yeah, this market stall is gone. Not marketplace, market stall, I think I said. Market stall is gone, which we can put another one in around anyway. This whole thing was going to be a market area, so that's not a problem. But I do like the slope. I think I've worked it out pretty well. In some places I've got like stairs, and then we've got some slabs into normal blocks, and then stairs again. So I've kind of played around with that, and I like it. So I've got some more detail in, and I've tried to put some of the like archway supports in as well, just so I can kind of get a feel of how they're looking, make sure I've got a design that works well. It's all good making a flat design in Creative World, but actually building it in Survival is another thing. So I'm liking it. I am liking it. I'm liking how they're looking. I don't see any problems with anything, so I think I am going to go ahead and crank this all out. Obviously, the corner bits are a bit different because I have to try and get them to work with the whole design. So, for example, like this corner here, instead of being... well, hello, Skelly. No, thank you. So instead of it being like this design on each side, I kind of stretched it around, so it's kind of a elongated design as it goes around the inner corner here. So you can see we've got this design here, and then it kind of expands around, and then I'll have that same idea here. So I'm making it work where I need to change things up, but otherwise I'm pretty happy, and I think we just need to crack on with getting this thing built, I think. So let's hit that music, let's have a good time, let's see a time lapse. Hit it. Oh, Ginger, light up your builds as you go, dude. I dislike creepers. But it's okay. It's a good little interlude to say I need to obviously fix this hole, and then I'm going to get back onto terraforming because we're getting pretty close to this area now, and I need to get this bit worked out. So, back with the show. And there we have it, guys. That I like. I like that bridge. I love these archways. But in between making these archways and a few in real life things that happened over the last few days meant I couldn't get in front of the PC anyway to try and make these things. This project has aged me. It's aged me. Whoever says making archway bridges is easy in Minecraft, they're lying, okay? Oh my word. This has been a project. This has been a project to do, but I have enjoyed it. I know I'm knocking it in one hand and then praising it in the next, but I have enjoyed it. I haven't completed this corner part just because I'm not sure how to tackle it just yet. The problem I'm having is that this corner support is quite thin, and I don't really know how to make it be a part of the thing. So I'm gonna have to have a think about this one over the next couple of days. I've got some ideas in my head what I can do, but I'm gonna have a play around with that. I'm not gonna be able to get around to doing the entrance bridge this week. I've run out of time for that, so we'll put that on the bench for today. But one thing I want to talk about as well is what we're doing on the bridge, so it gives us a good chance to actually have a little walk around on it. So a nice perspective. I didn't actually show like from on side the bridge. So we've got like these stairs with slabs above that kind of make this really interesting sort of wall on the bridge, and I really like it. And then when we've got these yellow walls is I'm going to end up putting these lamps, the street lamps that we've got going on over there with the hoppers and the lanterns. I'm going to put those in these places as well, and I think that'll look really nice on the bridge. So everywhere where there's one of these yellow walls is going to be one of those street lamps, and I think it'll look really nice. Need to do a bit of texturing, but we'll get to that at some point as well, and then that leads up nicely onto this top layer for future projects. I'm really excited for the stuff that's coming. Really excited. This is going to be a nice area, and I can't wait to get started on this. It's going to be good. It is going to be a lot of fun. Missed some blocks. Don't look at that bit. Anyway, one thing I wanted to point out as well, in case you guys have noticed, that there's some yellow wall there, and what's going to happen in this space eventually is I'm going to have a nice scenic lake. So this bit is actually entering into the lake, so I have kind of stopped there so that I can get the actual lake built, and then I know how this is interacting with the lake, so that just gives me that little stop point there so I didn't go too far. So that's what that is. So this will probably expand down a little bit, like we'll have some block spaces in between there, but that will do for now. That will do for now. Wow. Wow. I think we just need one more flyby, don't we? This thing's impressive. I honestly believe with everything that we're adding to this island, I'm loving it more and more. I really am. This is such a nice bridge. Peeps, I hope you enjoyed this project and this episode as well. I had a lot of fun making this one. Please hit that like button. Really appreciate it. Thank you for watching this, guys. My name is Ginger Ninja, and I will definitely see you again soon. Take care of yourselves. Bye.